never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I do believe that is my cue. There we go. Welcome back. Good to have you with us. Everybody jump on board. Let's see, one at a time. Everybody jumping in and get that notification. You did remember to set your iPhone or your Android app to notify you when the show comes on. You get that little beep, push a button, and there we are. And that's exactly where we find ourselves as we close out a Wednesday. Yeah, we made it through Hump Day. So we work our way time zone to time zone into a Thursday. We'll call that the 15th day of April. That's right. So smack dab in the middle of April. 30 days in the month of April. So halfway there. Great to have you with us here. All right, what do we see? Look at our traveler's weather. We got a little bit of everything. Another very chilly night. Not feeling very spring-like in the heart of the country. Because, again, frost advisories stretching from central Illinois, about the northern two-thirds of Missouri. Frost advisories, eastern Kansas. Then you've got hard freeze warnings. All the way down into southeastern Nebraska, southwestern Iowa, northeastern portions of Kansas tonight. Looking back a little further to the west, I see those pretty purple and pink colors. Those would be depicting winter weather advisories and even some winter storm warnings. Much of Wyoming on down into northeastern portions of Colorado, primarily, again, winter weather advisories. And there's some winter storm watches now extending over into western portions of Nebraska, the northwest corner of Kansas, and northeastern Colorado. What gives there? We'll delve into that a bit more coming up here. Windy conditions. That's been a concern for several days. That's again the issue tonight. Red flag warnings hoisted for much about the western half of New Mexico, eastern portions of Arizona, with the blustery conditions, the dry conditions. Again, the red flag warnings. Then we've even got some winter storm watches way up into the northeast. We're talking primarily New England areas, Vermont, New Hampshire. I'm not seeing anything for New York, although you may see some snowfall in the coming days. The Northeast, I hope you enjoyed your Wednesday, hump day. That was kind of the end of the line. You did finally get a bit of a break from the rain, just a momentary pause. Get ready for some crazy weather in the Northeast. You saw your very comfortable, seasonable temperatures on Wednesday. Look out. It's all downhill from here. It's not going to feel like April. We're going to see a series of storms sending temperatures tumbling back toward normal for this part of early April in the Northeast and the Great Lakes region. But the temperature drop's going to become more dramatic as we head toward the end of the week. Unseasonably cold. Yeah, we've got a change in the weather pattern. We've seen a lot of clouds and some April showers in recent days, but the temperatures have begun the process. You're trending downward, and some of those showers are going to begin to turn from wet to white. Our next storm system arrives in the Northeast coming up later today, Thursday into Friday. The same system responsible for bringing some of that wintry weather to the northern plains earlier this week. When it arrives in the Northeast, it's still going to have enough cold air with it to bring some springtime snow. Most of the locations, we've been talking about this the last couple nights, the lower elevations along the I-95 corridor, it's just going to be kind of dreary. Cold rain, occasional showers. But after you saw a bit of a tease of spring-like weather with temperatures in the 60s Tuesday and Wednesday, New York City, you'll struggle to get even into the lower 50s today and Friday. A good 10 degrees below normal for this time of year. Further to the west from Erie, PA to Buffalo, New York, you're going to be stuck in the 40s, nearly 40 degrees cooler than you were this time last week. So if you're going to be heading outdoors, make sure you bring with you the warm winter apparel once again, and definitely keep an umbrella handy. Higher elevations, we're talking the Catskills, the Adirondacks, the Berkshires, the White, the Green Mountains. We may be looking for several inches of snow by later Thursday and into early Friday. Some of the highest terrain may have a shot at looking at storm totals approaching 20 inches, according to our friends at AccuWeather. So roads in the higher elevations, including a few of our major thoroughfares, I-88 through the Catskills, I-90 over the Berkshires, you may encounter some slippery conditions Thursday night into Friday morning. Most of the accumulations are expected to occur in the higher terrain. We could even see some flakes, though, in the lower elevations. The storm's going to be intensifying as it makes its way just off the coast, say 24 hours from now, from Thursday night. So we could see some heavier snow developing over interior portions of New England, maybe even eastern portions of New York, that help bring at least a mix of snow to some spots in the Hudson and Connecticut River valleys. So that's why we've got the winter storm watches in place up there in New England, Vermont, New Hampshire, up into parts of western Maine at this point in time. Right on the heels of the crazy winter weather, the extreme cold that enveloped the deep southern portions of the country. Well, for all practical purposes, it was nearly the entire country that left Texas, millions of people without power, as we all recall a couple months ago, and the inability to borrow power from people to the east, where they do have ties into other grids, But everyone else was dealing with the cold, and they didn't have any capacity to spare. It was kind of understandable because you don't typically see what we saw. Freezing temperatures all the way down into southern Texas, freezing all the way down to Brownsville, freezing conditions in Houston, Texas. That was kind of unprecedented. But why or how is it possible we could be on the verge of blackouts in Texas on a mild, more spring-like day? Let's highlight the report from Bloomberg. Texas, you were very close to another round of rolling blackouts about this time 24 hours ago. None of us were aware at that point in time. Supposedly, the grid operators, quote, misjudged the weather. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, of course, who have been under fire since that crazy scenario several months ago. They manage most of the state's grid. They say they counted on a mild cold front sweeping through the state, lowering demand for power. It didn't happen. As a result, demand on the grid was about 3,000 megawatts higher than they had anticipated. That's the equivalent of about 600,000 homes, apparently. That forecast error, coming as 25% of the power generation in the state was offline. They're making what they call seasonal repairs. Another grim reminder of just how vulnerable the Texas power grid is. Got him going back. It was 2 months ago, the deep winter freeze, knocking out almost half the generating capacity there in the state. Millions in the dark for days. But I think Tuesday's weather was nothing extreme. And that close call is raising questions about whether the grid operator, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, can prevent a repeat of this past February's energy crisis. Associate Professor of Environmental Engineering at Rice University said, "This is a disgrace for a power grid in modern times to struggle to keep the lights on a mild day. We'll be in trouble when a summer heat wave comes in and demand is 1.5 times as much as what we saw yesterday." Weather typically doesn't have a big impact on the electricity demand in the spring or the fall, respectively. There are the so-called shoulder seasons when customers aren't really cranking up the heat or you're not yet blasting the air conditioner. Tuesday, temperatures in Dallas, Brownsville, and Houston were moderately higher than normal, reaching or exceeding 80 degrees. But that combined with a lack of generation prompting the Electric Reliability Council, I guess they send out alerts asking for people to conserve energy for almost 4 hours. I'm sure people were getting those alerts on their smartphones saying, why in the world would I be why are you asking me to conserve energy right now? February, it kind of made sense. So what gives there? Which I was just thinking along the lines, well, let's keep on pushing to electrify everything. There's going to have to be some major changes. And it's not just Texas that's going to deal with this as we continue this unprecedented push to abandon the internal combustion engine. Everything's going to go electric cars, electric trucks, electric trains. You know the drill. It's the new Green Deal. Okay, well, so we're underway here on a Thursday morning. Meanwhile, we do have some flood watches in place in the Deep South along the Gulf Coast. And we'll delve into another period where inches of rain, in some cases we could be talking over several days, rainfall approaching nearly 12 inches, a foot of rain, stretching from parts of southern Louisiana through southern Mississippi on over into the westernmost reaches of the Florida Panhandle. We did already see some severe weather And we'll be hearing some of the updates. The U.S. Coast Guard confirming on Wednesday one body has been recovered. The search for 12 other crew members continues after a 129-foot lift boat, as they call it, capsized in the turbulent waters there in the Gulf of Mexico. The Coast Guard, along with the help of several Good Samaritans, they rescued 6 from the dangerous waters of the Gulf of Mexico after what is known as the Secor Power capsized about 8 miles south of Port Fourchon, Louisiana. That vessel had 19 crew members on board at the time. Of the 6 victims rescued, 4 were saved actually by private boaters and other vessels that were there and acted quickly and tried to manage to reach some of the people before the Coast Guard could get there. Coast Guard watchstanders received an emergency position radio beacon. Guess it was about 4:30, actually Tuesday afternoon. A distressed 129-foot commercial lift vessel. The watchstanders issued an urgent marine information broadcast, which some of those Good Samaritans, the other boats that were out there in the Gulf, got that message and were able to respond quicker than the Coast Guard could get there. In addition to the volunteer rescue efforts and the Coast Guard vessels, search efforts have required the use of an HC-144 Ocean Sentry plane. According to the reports this past day, we're hoping that we can bring the other 12 home alive. But with each passing hour, those prospects are growing less and less likely. What was going on? Storms had erupted, and reports from the area indicating winds of 75 miles per hour were measured during the storm near Grand Isle, Louisiana. There was a 112-mile-per-hour gust measured offshore at one of those oil rigs. I mean, we're talking a fairly significant hurricane sort of force winds. But this thunderstorm complex that pressed across southern Louisiana, generating a small-scale weather system known as a wake low that forecasters also refer to as a gravity wave. Those are new terms to me. It's a rare weather phenomenon that can cause strong winds even outside of thunderstorms, which in turn stirs up very rough waves over the open waters. During the press conference this past day, the Coast Guard Captain Will Watson said winds were 80 to 90 miles per hour. When this vessel overturned, seas were 7 to 9 feet. For reference, as I just said, a Category 1 hurricane in a tropical system that packs sustained winds of at least 74 miles per hour. The Secor Power, the boat, is an offshore construction jack or a jack-up crane that carries nearly 40,500 gallons of fuel oil. According to the Coast Guard spokesman, Coast Guard boats took to the water to search for victims after reports came in of multiple vessels hit during that incredible microburst of weather and winds. They're offshore in the Gulf of Mexico. They still have some advisories for offshore vessels along the Gulf Coast with the stormy weather that's going to be approaching there. All right, so we get things underway here on a Thursday. Let me flip over to the current national radar scene, see what we're looking at tonight. One system is, you're in kind of dreary conditions, rain, some pockets of heavier rain through especially the eastern half of Virginia, northeastern portions of North Carolina. Then you'll find a spotty shower here and there, stretching from the northernmost reaches of Georgia up into parts of South Carolina. Nothing severe that I'm seeing in the mix there. Then we get back into eastern Oklahoma, areas from just due north of Dallas, right along the Oklahoma-Texas line. Some thunderstorms there. Thunderstorms stretching on up into northeastern Oklahoma, some of that moving over into western portions of Arkansas at this hour. There's not a whole lot on the radar yet out west. Well, we're beginning it. That's our next storm that's going to be diving into the Rockies starting later today. Some snow breaking out in southern portions of Idaho, a little bit of snow over into central portions of Wyoming at this point in time, but that's all going to be intensifying. Yeah, we'll break down just how much so you're anticipating in that part of the country coming up here in a bit. All right, look at our travelers' weather around the country. Great to have you with us. Let me flip over here, see who's on board at this hour. We typically do this as we get things underway. Dale checks in from Jacksonville. A beautiful 75 degrees. Maybe a little rain overnight. Everybody truck 'em safe out there. Keep Steve rolling tonight. Steve checks in from Semi Valley, California, next to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. Matthew's with us tonight. Hey, Matthew, good to have you. How about those cards? Greetings from Buffalo/Niagara Falls, New York. Looper checks in this morning. Zorro, it's all downhill from here. Yeah, I know we're headed toward the weekend. Zorro, good to have you with us. Bob checks in. It's Perk in Columbus. Okay, whatever. I don't understand that. Morning, Steve, from Albion, Michigan. 38 degrees. We're going down to 30 tonight. Chevy Guy, copy in the mail, right? He's with us right out of the box. What's up with Captain Ron? 71 degrees in Lakeland, Florida this morning. He's headed to Georgia. Hello, everyone out there. Good to have you with us. John checks in from Jersey Shore, PA. Headed to East Greenville, Pennsylvania for a drop and hook. Yeah, getting my crap Monday. Finally, a 39-year wait for a full night's sleep. Oh, my CPAP. Okay, I thought he said, I'm getting my crap. What are you getting my CPAP on Monday? Now, you know what? 39 years. You've been dealing with that, John? You know, you may be amazed at how much better you'll feel with the CPAP, getting an actual good night's rest. You'll have to keep us up to date on that. 39 years, wow. Let's see, a couple more. Bill checks in from Lake Murray, South Carolina. Just Teach, 52 degrees in Carlisle, PA. He's headed off to Newburgh, New York for a turn and burn. Monty Python, mighty fine morning to you, Your Honor. Well, thank you, Monty Python. And last day, I'm on my way from Indy to Kalamazoo, back to Indy. 44 degrees right now in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Looking forward to another great show. I hope I live up to expectations there, Dave. But great to have you with us. All right, I guess it has to be our top industry headline here. President Biden announcing his intent to nominate Meera Joshi to take the permanent role as administrator of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Joshi is a former chairperson and CEO of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. She served as the agency's acting administrator since January the 20th. The White House announcing the nomination of Joshi along with 9 other administration nominations this past day. If she is confirmed, she will become the FMCSA's first permanent administrator since Ray Martinez stepped down, all the way back in October of 2019. Since then, they've been led by Jim Mullen, followed by Wiley Deck, and Joshi as acting administrators. According to the White House, Joshi is an attorney with more than 16 years of experience leading government oversight agencies. Again, served as the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission chairperson from 2014 to 2019. She also led some landmark policy, including establishing robust open transportation data standards for app-based providers, they say. Yeah, that enacted the nation's first for-hire driver pay protection program and provided broad access to for-hire transportation for passengers who use wheelchairs. She's also served as the Inspector General for the New York City's Department of Corrections and the General Manager for the New York office of Sam Schwartz Transportation Consultants. All right, so that's all the information from the White House press release. I guess we're going to have to give it a little time, let our friends from OOIDA and those kind of delve into what she's all about, whether they'd like to give her a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I mean, the FMCSA, of course, is the enforcement arm of the trucking industry. They're the ones making all your rules, your regulations. Joshi's road to confirmation will probably take several months. Martinez was nominated by Donald Trump to the FMCSA in September of 2017. He was confirmed in February of 2018. While his tenure was rather short, he did lead the charge toward hours of service reform. In his more than year and a half on the job, in October 2019, he announced he's stepping down to oversee a Department of Transportation construction project at the Volpe Center there in Massachusetts. Mullen was the FMCSA's chief counsel at the time. He assumed that role of acting administrator. He then resigned in August of 2020. That's when Wiley Deck took the post until the administration changed on January the 20th. If confirmed, Joshi becomes the 7th permanent FMCSA administrator since they were established 21 years ago in the year 2000. You started with Joseph Clapp. We had Annette Sandberg. You had John Hill, Ann Farrow. Then we had Scott Darling. Julie Cirillo, of course, served as the administrator, the leader when they were first formed back in 2000. But she did so only as what they called an acting administrator. One other quick tidbit. The Tuesday, the Senate actually confirmed Polly Trottenberg as Deputy Secretary of the Department of Transportation. It was a vote of 82 to 15 in favor of giving Trottenberg the number 2 spot in the Department of Transportation. So she's essentially number 2 under DOT Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Good old Buttigieg. All right, there you go. Topping the list of our industry headlines on a Thursday morning. All right, our number, as always, you want to jump on board, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, who gets to be first out of the box here. I think it's, would that be Caitlin, I believe it is? Good morning.
It be who?
Well, it says Caitlin.
You need to work on your computer now. That don't sound like no Carolina monkey gouger to me.
Okay, Carolina monkey gouger. Okay, what's going on this morning?
Hey, I don't know where to start tonight, boy. You just full of good news. I'm out here in West Texas and the wind blowing and rain and carrying on. But Steve, when you was talking about that new appointee for the FMSCA, now I wonder what kind of trucking experience or any other kind of experience this woman's got.
Well,
limousine and taxi service?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I said, well, based on what I just shared, it doesn't sound to me like she's got a hell of a lot of any knowledge about the trucking industry. And that, I mean, yeah, the DOT is one thing. DOT is, transportation, everything, airlines, shipping, rail. But the FMCSA, that's about the trucking industry. And here again, don't they have a history of appointing people that really... Well, last I checked, the entire board, the top 5 or whatever, had 0 truck driving experience, none whatsoever. So,
well, I was kind of hoping that round table up there that Todd is spearheading was going to bring some light. I got to looking at some of them names on there, and I went to laughing my ass off.
Really?
I said, you got to be joking me. I said, I cannot believe a couple of them people ain't even truck drivers no more. I mean, all they are is agitators. And I said, I cannot believe this. We go from one damn stream to another. I said, I can't wait to see what some of these suggestions are going to be. But another thing is I would like to know who is handing out these unqualified drivers their CDLs. I witnessed something today, Steve. I was going to try and take a picture of it, and she about backed into me, and I had to jump out the truck, stop her. And, well, I was loading that. I've been knowing this old guy for a long time. I mean, me and him go way back into the 80s, back when he was over there in the start yard running that company over there. They moved on to the south side of town, and we were talking, and he said, hey, he said, I'm enjoying talking, but said that lady that's driving that truck out there, she done banged into 2 trucks over here. And said, you might want to go out there and watch her. He said, we wait till everybody's gone before we put her in. I said, well, you couldn't have waited about 30 more minutes. I got my truck loaded and let me get out of here. Oh, you'll be safe. You'll be safe. You know, I said, are you sure? He said, I'm positive. Ain't no way that she can back into you. Well, you know, Simon says what will go wrong goes wrong. Now, this woman's about 5 doors down from me, and they ain't a truck in none of them doors. Well, any person that had any kind of truck driving sense would have come in there and whipped that thing around and lined right up in the door. Oh, no, not Miss Truck Driver. She going to go out there and she going to blindside in. And she had that truck all twisted up in there. And she got so close to me, I started blowing the horn. I jumped out there. I said, I don't mean to be a smart ass or nothing, but I said, well, if you let me back that truck in for you, it'd be a whole lot safer. She said, I'll get it. I don't need nobody to help me. I said, well, ma'am, I said, if you back into my truck, make sure you hit it and knock the damn hood off of it. I said, because I don't want no scrape or dent. I want you to do a customizing job on it. I need a paint job. Well, she had a few Sunday school words to say. She went out there, fought it some more. And when I pulled out that door, 30 minutes later, she still hadn't got to the damn dock. And I want to know what trucking company is passing these people to come out here on the road. I mean, you know, Steve, I could understand if it was an isolated case. But, you know, they put these automatic transmissions in these trucks, and they hire anybody they can get behind these things now because they ain't got to have, you know, they ain't got to worry about shipping gears and nothing. Just get it to point A to point B.
It's one thing. It's one thing to be able to move forward, right? It's one thing to be able to go forward, but it's another to be able to back up. I mean, everyone starts somewhere. I mean, maybe she's a newbie and she obviously needs to go somewhere and practice her backing skills.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Had she raked my truck the first time, I'd have done fired her. I wouldn't have given no second chance. But I'm going to tell you one day, buddy, she had me on pins and needles. I was going, please, forklift driver, come on, get me out of here and let me get away from this catastrophe. But I was listening to you last night. I was going to call in, and I was tired. And I went to sleep, and I woke up when you were talking about the vaccination. The Johnson & Johnson vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
And my son took that vaccination. He got his about the same time Grump got his. And Grump said, you hear me last night? And I said, no, man. I said, only thing I was dreaming about was topping heels and getting this job done. And he said, well, did you hear what Steve said about the vaccination? I said, yeah, I heard it. And I said, I was going to call JJ, but I said, he's still asleep. He he's on night shift this week. He said, you might want to call him. Said, I've developed a knot in my arm. And I said, oh, hell. So about 6 o'clock, I called JJ, and I said, hey, Bo, what you doing? He said, getting ready to go lock up some criminals. I said, well, let me ask you something. I said, you took that Johnson & Johnson shot, right? He said, yes, I did. And he said, I wish I hadn't took it now. I said, what do you mean? He said, man, I am fatigued all the time. He said, it kicks my butt past 3 o'clock just to stay awake hardly. He said, Daddy, he said, ever since I took this thing, he said, you know, it put me on my butt for about 3 days.
Wow.
And I said, yeah. And he says that, you know, working a night shift, and he said he just gets wore out. And so I didn't get a chance to call Grunt back, tell him what JJ is saying.
Well, he might be one that's in the category where he needs to, you know, they said that they're kind of advising if you're 3 weeks post Johnson & Johnson vaccination and you're developing headaches, yeah, you might want to contact your physician, your doctor, because they may need to do some checks on that. Hey, well, got to pause there. Hang on. We'll get back to Monkey Gouger. Big Ed's on the line. Room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are currently still in country. Biden says now is the time to end the country's 20-year war.
After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded. The Coast Guard says they rescued 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here. Let me jump over quick from the email bag. Heard from some of last week's winners. Winner. Got an email this past day. Let's see. Hello, Steve. Just found out I was last week's winner of the Pluto headset. Grand prize. Just wanted to say thank you. I've been listening back since the early 90s. And I try to still listen in most every night as I'm a freight hauler out here running between Buffalo and Cleveland 5 nights a week. So glad you're back on. Keep up the great work. Thanks again. That's Andy, a.k.a. Trouble. Thanks for the email, Trouble. Give us a call sometime. And the other was, I got this email actually on Tuesday from Tank, who said, first, I'd like to say thanks to Chris and everyone at Hot Shot Secret for everything they did to get you back on the air. Thanks for all you do to keep us awake at night. It's good to have you back on the air. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret, I was the winner of the 3rd place prize on the Friday morning show last week. I got the email this past day to get my shipping address. I'm a user of the Hot Shot Secret products. Very pleased with it. Long-time listener, though I never call in. I'm listening each night. It's like so many others. Thanks again, Steve, for what you do. Keep up the good work. Have a blessed day. Thank you so much, Tank. When I saw that email address, Tank does get on he posts some comments here and there. He checks in on a pretty regular basis, so I kind of thought that was probably you, Tank. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Yeah, so there you go. Now let me get back and finish up with the, thanks for hanging in there, Caitlin.
You know, when you said that, it reminded me of something when you was on break. You talking about Big Ed was up next. I have been called worse. I have been called a Russian bootlicker, so Caitlin, whatever the hell. But Steve, where I was going with this thing about this vaccine was I was listening this afternoon on Newsmax, and they had Dr. Dumbass on there. You know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked kids, well, now that everybody's got vaccinated, can we return back to the bars, going back to the NASCAR races, and going back to living life as a normal? He said, absolutely not. He said the infection rate is still too high. And, you know, Steve, you listen to one news organization and listen, and they're saying, well, you know, we're in herd community below that, and everything. And you know, they look for this thing to be eradicated, you know, to be done away with.
Mm-hmm.
Right there in the state of South Carolina. I mean, I think they had not very many showed up infected with COVID. And so anyway, if this vaccine ain't going to protect you from it, what the hell are we taking it for?
Well, I've got some of the latest numbers, and I don't know how they can make it a political thing, but for whatever reason they are, it's nearly 50% of Republicans who say that they're not going to take the vaccine. I don't know why that is. I don't really understand, but somewhere in the mix, I'll get into all those numbers. I had printed those up earlier, but there's nearly 25, like 1 in 5 people in the country say that they don't plan to ever get the darn vaccine. So,
no, I'm gonna tell them I ain't got one arm. I can't have it sore for 3 or 4 days. So I can't take that mess. But I mean, you know, here he is supposed to be the director, or doctor, or whatever the hell that fool is, and he's talking about no, we can't return to normalcy because, you know, it's not. It might not protect you. Well, then what are you dispensing it for?
Exactly.
You know, I mean, I about blowed a gasket when I heard that. But other than that, Steve, the other thing I had to report on tonight was I listened to a little of the heated exchange between a civil rights lawyer last night, and I think it's that Nathan Chavis that used to be the congressman out there in Utah.
Yes, sir.
So this civil rights lawyer, boy, he thought he was doing something big. I mean, he was just quoting stuff and saying in Chicago that the police, they had to pay out millions of dollars for wrongful death and blah, blah, blah this and blah, blah that. Well, right before he got ready to get off, old Trey was fired back and said, well, if he hadn't been resisting arrest trying to get away, he would still be here with us today. I said, bingo! Bam, yeah! Woo! Knocked it out the park. That old fella didn't know what to say. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. We'll holler at you tomorrow night.
All righty. Thanks for checking in this morning, Caitlin. I'll have to remember that for next time you call. If I see Caitlin, I'll know it's the monkey gouger.
Yeah, I'm just going to start calling in as Caitlin. If you say Caitlin Jenner now, I might have to come up there and rearrange that place for you. You know, we rearranged that corner for your neighbor up there one time. He was mad for a week up there about tearing up his shrubbery.
All right. Be safe out there. Have a good night, monkey gouger. Thank you so much. Let me see some of the other comments. What are you looking at here? Bill checking in 8 miles from Mexico border in Far, Texas. Waving at you, Steve. I'll wave back, Bill. Good to have you with us here. Let's see. Yeah, John says, what's y'all's handles? So I know who you are. So he's on, I guess, he's on Facebook. Yeah, kind of chatting with, guess he's wanting to know who he's chatting with. Who else we got here? Dave checking in from Ringgold, Georgia, where it's drizzling there. My old stomping grounds. Yeah, we lived there for, what was it? About 5 years. Did that daily commute from Ringgold, ran down and jumped on I-75 and headed on down to Dalton, Georgia. Did that morning show out of Dalton. Real country, 98.9, back in the country music days. Yeah, that was early 90s, like about 91 to 96, I guess it was. All right. Ed Hutchinson says, bum? Bum? Who you calling a bum?
Well, hell, that's the only way I can get your attention.
So you're calling me a bum, huh?
Well, that's what you get for calling our good friend Monkey Gouger Caitlin.
Yeah, okay.
And the second you said that, I thought Caitlin Jenner. I'll tell you this. He brought back memory when he talked about Russian bootlicker. I'll never forget when that guy called myself and Monkey Gouger Russian bootlicker. Because there's not two old boys that you're going to find that we bleed red, white, and blue. And I'll never forget that. And I know Jimmy won't either. Yeah, do you remember that?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember. Who was it that called
Steve.
you?
I forget who it was that did it. But he just, when he called in, it was over, God, the Russians were doing something, and we voiced our opinion. I forget what they was doing. But we had voiced our opinion about it, and the guy, it was an emotional thing. The guy that called us Russian bootlickers, he was upset about what we had said.
Really?
And I don't know, maybe Monkey Gouger can remember what he said or what we had said to make him come out and say that.
Huh.
But yeah, it was all good grief. I want to say about the time right after 9/11, somewhere in there. You know, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, I thought maybe I lost. I thought maybe I lost you there for a minute. But anyway, yeah. Well, you couldn't be in better company than with Monkey Gouger. So Monkey Gouger, we ain't Russian bootlickers, but may have to be Russian ass kickers from the sound of things one of these days.
Yeah, we got the
my
update
gosh,
on
Steve.
that too. That's getting pretty scary over there. I mean, it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, this past day, Biden, we had 2 ships that were going to head over to the Black Sea, and what Russia told us, you better stay as far away for your own sake. I think he's canceled putting those ships in the Black Sea.
That this is going to get real deep. And then I'm sitting there thinking, and then I was listening to Newsmax for China per ship. I think they said they have 60 more warships than what we do, as far as in our naval fleet. The way I understand it, we got around 360 versus they're running about 400. Where we have far more air power than what they have.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see this being a conventional ground force type of situation, if that's what it boiled down to, Steve. I see missiles being exchanged. What do you think? I mean, what reason other than they're our allies, Ukrainians or NATO, do we have to be putting our soldiers in harm's way over some land over there that the Russians are claiming? Does it make sense to send our kids over to die?
I believe that's exactly what Russia's saying. Hey, this ain't none of your business. This is our fight. Mind your own business. You got your own troubles over there. Leave us alone.
So, other than and without pissing people off, what is the value of Ukraine to the United States? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because this is getting heated, and we may be sucked into something we don't want to be sucked into.
Yeah.
The same thing with Taiwan. What is the value? And this Taiwan question goes back to World War II, the nationals versus the communists, if I'm understanding it right. Are you with me?
At which point, somewhere down the line, the United States made a commitment to Taiwan that they would side with them. Henceforth, correct? Isn't that the other? I mean,
because of the National Chinese Party, because they were our allies during World War II when we was fighting with Japan, if I'm understanding that right.
Uh-huh.
And then once World War II was over, then the communists people in China started fighting with the nationalists in China, and we went in and the nationalists pulled back to Taiwan, and we were supporting them after World War II. And it was kind of agreed that Taiwan would be a country of itself, but the communists have never given up the fact that they feel like Taiwan is part of China as a whole, and so therefore they ought to be governing Taiwan. You know, what's the strategic value for the United States in that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, other than trade, you know. I don't know. I hadn't gotten into it that deep. So, do you want to put, if Stephen was still in the military, Steve, would you want him thrown in a battle zone? Over what?
I wouldn't want him over there in Taiwan. I wouldn't want him over there battling Russia or, you know, in the Ukraine. I'll have to delve back into the archives and find out where was that commitment to Taiwan, because I know it seems like it's been in place pretty much my entire life.
Yeah, it was put in place right after World War II. The same thing with Hong Kong. They fell under British rule, and then when the Chinese, when the British released them to the Chinese, it was under the agreement that Hong Kong would be still allowed to keep their economic way of life and more or less self-governed. In other words, they shouldn't be falling under the communist regime based on treaties. But who in the hell keeps treaties these days, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, another quick question. And don't let me hang up because I got a special message I want to get before I hang up. You was talking last night. Somebody's getting $9,000 when they die.
I shared this story. It's been maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, there was something in regards anyone who has lost, someone to the COVID-19. It's cost a lot of family members that weren't prepared for burial cost and whatnot. I'll look it back up, but yes, $9,000 to be allocated to those who have died, to the family, for reimbursement for burial cost and whatnot if they've died of COVID-19.
Damn, I don't mean to sound callous or cruel, but aren't we all responsible for our own demise? I mean, nobody knows what they're going to die from. Am I sounding cruel by saying that? I mean, where in the hell does the responsibility come from these families? Because that's just, it sounds cheap. That's just more tax dollars that's going out the door. So if you're going to pay for their funerals, then, hey, somebody owes me some money for Glenda's funeral. Somebody owes me some money because mine's already paid for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're letting a genie out of the bottle there. Because if you're going to do it, or is there going to be a certain income level that they're going, okay, well, you know, you got all this money, you can afford to pay for your own funeral. Or is it just going to be for blacks, or is it going to be for people of color, or what, you know?
Yeah.
I got an issue with that. And I'm sorry people think I sound cruel, but by God, there ain't nobody give me no damn 40 acres and a mule in any part of my life, and that's just what the hell that is. We're responsible for our own demise. Now, that's just the way it's been my whole life. But anyway, I'm sure I may get beat up over that. Well, I'm sorry if I hurt your damn tender feelings.
All right.
Right quick. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
You probably agree with that, them paying for them funerals, don't you?
No.
But anyway, I don't want to get in an argument with you. I'm poking you, Steve. Anyway, I just want to say a happy heavenly birthday to a special friend. She would have been 60 years old today.
Really?
And that's AKA Stormy. Yes, she would have been 60 years old today. I always told her she was her dad's big tax write-off. Her birthday is always April the 15th. But today, she would have been 60 years old. And she's sure sorely missed, that's for sure. So I just wanted to tell her a happy birthday, and I always love her and always will. And Steve, she was a friend to everybody. I just feel bad for people who never got a chance to meet her. And that's all my ugly for tonight, Mr. Steve.
Let me ask you this: Who covered? Did she have assistance? Did her family pay for her? Well, she didn't die of COVID technically, so that she don't fall into that anyway. So that's a
right.
Yeah.
Well, see, when she passed, and they sent in the coroner and the sheriff and everything. I mean, they had a big investigation. They wanted to put it down that she was
COVID-19. I remember you said that. You said, "Well,
COVID.
No, she wasn't sick. No, she didn't have COVID. It wasn't in relation to that." And you said, "No, I don't want COVID on there."
Right, because the doctor, they said if the doctor would sign off that she died of just natural causes, that they would accept that. And hey, that's what my deal was, Steve, because it was such an emotional thing. Because Melinda was trying. You know what her issues were. There ain't no need us talking about her issues. You knew what they were. And I was trying to help her get her damn dignity back, because her dignity took a damn hit. And that's all it was about. And so I thought, if this is the last thing I do, on your death certificate, it's just going to say you died of natural cause. And that's what it says. Her family, Melinda wanted to be cremated, and she's there in Berryville, Arkansas, where her dad is. They'd already had that set. I think it ended up costing them $900. I don't think it was much more than that. So, but by not letting them put down she died from COVID, now with what you're saying, they got screwed out of $9,000.
Well, technically, yes, that is the case. I pulled it up, and they actually do now have an active toll-free number for people to call. If you have a loved one die after contracting COVID, you may be eligible to receive thousands of dollars from the federal government. They're now accepting applications through FEMA, the program designed to provide financial assistance for COVID-19 related funeral expenses incurred after January 20th of 2020. So we go, anyone that's died of COVID. And that's what the caller last night was saying. Steve, well, what are we up to? It's 560-some thousand people. Multiply that times potentially $9,000, and it could be even more. I'll give you the rest of the story, as they say, coming up here. And, of course, we'll get back with your calls at 844-844-3388. Stick around as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A CDC advisory committee declined to make any new recommendations on the use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine after meeting on Wednesday, instead saying that it would look at more data surrounding 6 cases of blood clots in people who had received the shot. 6 women developed the clots 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination. 1 woman died and 3 more remained hospitalized. The panel said it recommended continuing the nationwide pause of the use of the shot until more data can be reviewed. And the former Minnesota police officer charged with manslaughter in the shooting death of Dante Wright has posted bond. Former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter was arrested Wednesday morning, posting a $100,000 bond. She's scheduled for her first court appearance on Thursday. Wright was shot during a traffic stop on Sunday. During a struggle with officers, Potter shot Wright, believing she had drawn her taser instead of her firearm. The shooting has sparked 3 nights of protests and clashes with police and National Guard troops in the Minneapolis suburb. This is USA Radio News.
Yes, son, you Do you hear that? That is the sound. No, that is the sound of the wrecker. That is the sound of the tow truck. That is the sound of your car stuck in the snow and the tow truck is on it. You know what the tow truck is coming for? The tow truck is coming for your wallet. That's what it's coming for. I know. That's what it's coming for. Listen, this is Billy Gerard here, Rockstar Radio. I have the solution. It is called Track Grabber. TRACGRABBER. Go there, trackgrabber.com. Winter is coming. Do not let this sound be you. Track Grabber, TRACGRABBER. Go there, get these. They are inexpensive. They will save you a fortune in the long run, and they will save you from getting stuck. Go to trackgrabber.com. Log on, get yourself a pair. Get a pair for the family. They're easy to install, and they will get you out of the mud, the snow, the sand. They will save you from the wrecker bills. Oh my goodness. They will pay for themselves the first time you use the trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR saves 25%. That's trackgrabber.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are still in country. NATO also announcing Wednesday that it will pull its troops from the country. But the decision has been met with criticism. Admiral James Stavridis led NATO operations in Afghanistan for 4 years, and he tells MSNBC that he would have advised the president against the pullout and hopes the U.S. will continue to fund the Afghan military in their battles against the Taliban.
I don't know if the outcome is going to be better or worse, but I do know as a military officer, it's never a good idea to tell your opponents, we will be off the field by this date certain. So I'll conclude an opening thought, which is, what's really important is, okay, the president's made his decision. We're going to salute we the military and carry it out, of course. The question is, what happens after September 11th of this year? I hope that we will continue to fund the Afghan security forces.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
One prominent critic of President Biden's foreign policy says the administration is making the nation less safe. Lance Pry reports.
As Iran prepares to start enriching uranium to levels near bomb-making capabilities, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham on Fox News says the president's foreign policy blunders is making America less safe.
Joe Biden's become an incredibly destabilizing American president. He took a border that was pretty calm and turned it into chaos. The Mideast had been transformed on Trump's watch, where the Arabs were working with the Israelis and had Iran in a box. He's taken Iran and let them out of the box. They're talking about enriching uranium at 60% now, which is a direct threat to the existence of the state of Israel. The Russians are challenging him in the Ukraine, and now he is withdrawing forces in Afghanistan against sound military advice.
90% enrichment is what's needed to make a nuclear weapon. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90 mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Coast Guard says they were able to rescue 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. The boat remains grounded in about 55 feet of water, around 20 miles west of Grand Isle, Louisiana. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment. for every fill-up, every time.
Every day, diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, we'll jump right back into it here. And I mentioned rain problems especially in the Deep South, along the Gulf Coast, before we get back to the calls quickly. Since the middle of March, of course, parts of the southern U.S. have been inundated, rounds of drenching rain, pummeled by severe weather. Some areas have even reported rainfall amounts that are greater than 300% of normal since March the 13th, in a month's time. So if you're looking for a break from the persistent wet conditions, you're out of luck. According to forecasters, through Friday, in some cases even through the weekend, more rounds of showers and storms capable of producing up to a foot of rainfall and damaging wind gusts along the already waterlogged Gulf Coast. Of course, we're hearing about the ship that sunk off the coast there of Louisiana Tuesday with that complex of storms, unleashing several inches of rain in parts of Louisiana. Winds 75 miles per hour ripping across southern Louisiana and the offshore waters. The storms are expected to continue to fire along a front that's kind of stalled out there near the upper Gulf Coast. We've got a building area of cool air over the middle portions of the country that'll come in contact with the warm, humid air that's holding on over the Gulf of Mexico. You get in that temperature clash zone. That's where we're going to see rounds of heavy rain and gusty storms. Disturbances moving eastward along that front are going to fuel these storms. Some locations may be hit by more than one heavy, gusty storm every day for multiple days on into this weekend. Now, here's some of the numbers. A general 3 to 6 inches of rain is forecast from the upper Texas coast eastward through Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, the northern Florida panhandle. Some areas may be approaching 12 inches of rain where those downpours persist. Bad news for the agriculture in that region. Low-lying and poor drainage areas, such as agricultural tracts, will be most susceptible to flooding, they tell us. Since the soil's already saturated from the recent rains, prolonged runoff may keep some fields underwater or too wet to work in for an extended period of time. And this is really a critical time of year for planting, they say. Both cotton and soybeans are just now starting to be planted. Planting of cotton and soybeans not behind schedule just yet, but the saturated fields from southeastern Louisiana all the way to southern Georgia will certainly slow the field work and the planting in the days ahead. Problem's been minor so far, but if this wet weather continues for another few weeks, it may become a more significant issue. A number of areas in the southeast have received 2 to 4 times their normal rain since mid-March. I mean, we're talking more than 17 inches of rain has fallen on New Orleans since March the 13th. They'd normally see about 4 3/4 inches, so big-time numbers. You've got many streams and rivers running high. The situation not probably going to be improved anytime soon. The lower Mississippi, the Pearl River at minor to moderate flood stage as of this past day. Unprotected areas along those rivers are going to be subject to taking on water for many days, as the terrain is relatively flat and the rivers tend to flow very slowly through that region. From now through this weekend, maybe into early next week, that corridor of repeated heavy rain and storms may focus on the area from the northeastern Gulf Coast to parts of the southern Atlantic coast, even though some rain is actually needed over the Florida peninsula, where they've got abnormally dry conditions there. But too much at once leads to flooding problems. All right. Forecasters say there's moderate confidence that expanding warmth over the central states as we head toward the month of May should help break down the stalled front along the Gulf Coast and lead to below average rainfall in that area. But, I mean, we're only into the 15th day of April, so we're literally potentially looking at weeks of this scenario setting up there along the Gulf Coast. We'll keep you posted.
Yo.
Spaceman, what's going on?
Yeah, I tried to call you. There's certain places I'd talk a long time before I lose my cell, and you had to talk to those two Russian bootlickers. So if I lose my cell, I'll call back.
Okay.
Yeah, I know where Big Ed's coming, from, everybody has to take care of themselves and everybody's going to die and you got to make plans. But I put a post up on Facebook after we had a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill. And I put on Facebook, how about a COVID bill that actually helps people that get COVID?
Mm-hmm.
Lost wages, hospital bills, and funeral benefits. And here's my point. Me and my wife have $6,400 in COVID money so far. There was the original $1,200, then $600,
and then
$1,400
Yep.
each. Big Ed has gotten $3,200. And I would imagine that Big Ed's money is where mine is, in the bank. I'm totally unaffected and unscathed whatsoever by COVID. In that $1.9 trillion bill, a family of four with two kids got $9,800. It didn't matter if you made $400,000 a year or $20,000 a year, and you could be completely unaffected by COVID, and you got $9,800. Under the last bill, me and my wife each got $1,200. We've donated money to the Lincoln Center, ballets, theaters, built bridges, saved YRC Freight from going out of business. Everything except for people that got COVID, the COVID bill helped. Are you there?
I'm listening. There was actually a ceiling though on those who got the benefits. It was, I think the last one was individuals that make $75,000 a year, or if you're a married couple, if you made more than $150,000, you didn't get the payments.
That is correct. I forgot about that, but I believe even if you went to 80 and 90 and 100 and 120 with a sliding scale to where it just comes off of the 1,200, you might get 900 or 800 or whatever.
Correct. There's a reduced.
But my point is, if we're going to hand out, if we're going to do a $1.9 trillion COVID bill that doesn't help people that get COVID, it didn't make sense to me. Now, I work with a guy. His brother died of COVID, so he paid $12,000 for his funeral. Then he got COVID and missed 3 weeks' work and wasn't paid for it. So, how did the $1.9 trillion COVID bill help? I mean, help the people that get COVID. I honestly have my $6,400 is in the bank, and I just thought the bill could be need-based. That if you had an untimely death of a family member, I also know somebody has $223,000 in hospital bills. But, I wouldn't have a problem with, and I did the math, I did that 500,000 times 10,000, to see what that cost would be. It'd be a portion of $1.9 trillion. But, every American has benefited to the tune of thousands of dollars unaffected by COVID. I wouldn't have a problem if I got nothing and it paid for the untimely death. Family member, all of a sudden you got pull $10,000 out of your ass to bury your one or two family members. I don't have a problem with it. I almost felt guilty with the money coming in. I mean, don't get me wrong. They sent it to me, and I'm going to use it eventually.
Sure.
But you know, under a COVID bill, it just I don't understand it. You know, and the unemployment, the $600 extra a week unemployment, everything. I think we could afford to. How about if you're this work because you got COVID or you die from COVID? How about some help for that? So,
that's pretty much exactly what the COVID relief bill is. Where this money for the it's $9,000 maximum for funeral expenses, and it goes on to say a maximum of $35,500 per application. I'm not sure if that's in reference to people that incurred like medical expenses, maybe like your friend. That's kind of what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I'll have to let him know about that. And the one thing is that I did know about it when I did some research is you name the department of the government. They're the ones responsible for paying for funerals. When the hurricane hit Louisiana, they gave out funeral pay for that. You mentioned it when you were reading, about 15 minutes ago. What part of FEMA?
Mm-hmm.
FEMA is responsible for the funeral payment. So
correct.
I'm glad to hear part of that money is going to go to that. At least something's going to the people that actually have to deal with the disease, rather than all the propping up all the business ventures and so forth like that. I'm kind of in a stretch where I lose my cell a lot, but I'll get into this with you more tomorrow night. But I do want you to look something up. Remember 2 weeks I called and I didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, right?
Right.
And now I've become a cryptocurrency genius.
Oh, really?
And it's really I've really learned a lot about it. And it's a technology. And it's the blockchain technology. It's really what you're buying into, but it's here to stay because I'm going to start investing, and I wanted to learn where do you invest? What's the trustworthy place? And there's a website called Coinbase.
Mm-hmm.
And Coinbase made an IPO on the stock market yesterday. They went on the stock market, and they're valued at $86 billion. And on day one, they're the largest valued exchange in the country, bigger than the NASDAQ, bigger than gold, bigger than silver. So they're worth $86 billion. This is the website that you go on to trade cryptocurrency. And their stock opened up at $250, went to $426, and ended the day at $284. So it's added a whole new legitimacy to the cryptocurrency.
56 million people are using Coinbase, apparently.
Right.
That's a lot of people.
Now, I hope I don't lose my... Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Damn it. I'll get into explaining if I lose myself, I'll just call you back tomorrow night. But basically, what the blockchains do is it'll get to a point like you can buy a Tesla car with Bitcoin. And let's say that here's where the technology is useful. What a blockchain is data. No country owns the currency, and no bank owns the currency. And everybody on the internet can look at every single transaction. So let's say that Amazon or Walmart is selling a certain shoe, right? They have 50 boxes of shoes. And at the cash register, they get down to the 5th box. So automatically that computer will order 45 boxes of shoes from the manufacturer and pay that manufacturer with Bitcoin. That manufacturer will ship those shoes. They'll know when it goes onto the truck. And virtually with this technology, if that driver was making 60 cents a mile, they could put 60 cents a mile into his bank account, knowing each mile he drives through ELD and computer technology. When those shoes are unloaded and scanned, payment for shipping could be sent. It's because when I talked to you 2 weeks ago, I'm like, why would I give somebody $10,000 for Bitcoin, something of thin air, a computer make-believe money for solving math problems, right? Now, here's where the math comes in. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
What the blockchain is, let's suppose with Bitcoin that millions of people buy pizzas, cars, trucking services, and shoes. And all these charges come in at once, and that's a block. So you have people all over the world tied into one system with billions of computers, and they just turn these computers on, and what the math problem is they have to put all of those exchanges in order and make the balance come out right. So these coins pay with coin for these services. Like there's a popular coin that's mined is called Ethereum.
Yep.
Ethereum's valued at $2,300 right now. So if you solve a blockchain, you get 2 Ethereum, and you get all the transaction charges in the block. So what you're paying for is the technology. Now, Cardano is what I'm into. There's a guy he worked on Bitcoin, and Ethereum is it's miner based, and then Cardano is holder based, and it's a different way of doing the coin. And I think we're at a time where, imagine if you invested in Apple or Google or Tesla, in the first year. There's opportunities there. Are you still there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm listening. Yep.
Hello? A guy I work with, his daughter bought a coin for $30,000. In 2 months, it went to $180,000. She cashed out and bought a house. Now, Sunday, I was with my dad, my nephew, my son, and there's what they call Dogecoin. It's not on the exchange. And there's shish kebab coins, they call them.
Mm-hmm.
But that coin on Sunday was 5 cents. And yesterday it was up to 14.5 cents. If you were to put $10,000 down on that Sunday, you'd have $30,000 today. It's insane opportunity because it moves drastically up, drastically down. But Cardano is a stakeholder coin, and it was designed by the same guys that designed Bitcoin and Ethereum. And Ethereum is changing from a miner-based coin to a stakeholder. But that Cardano, I told my nephew to buy into that. I think it's going to double in 2 months. And he bought $200 worth Sunday, and he's paid $30 on that by Wednesday. But it's really exciting, once you understand that. I just, for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how are you getting, fake money on the internet for solving math problems, or I'm going to give you my real $10,000 for a make-believe currency.
Right.
You can store this in crypto wallets, which there's different. If I buy 2 Ethereum for $4,800, there's different ways where I can store that off of the internet so it can't be hacked. Put a thumb drive in there, take my 2 coins out, it's in a thumb drive, put it in a safe. That's one way. Or you can get a wallet from the app service, then you have a password. So it's actually taken out of the internet. And then you can, exchange that for other currency at any time. But The first time that a product was bought with Bitcoin was 8 years ago. This guy bought 2 Papa John pizzas.
I remember.
And for what if he kept those Bitcoins that he bought those pizzas with today, he could buy 180 Papa John's franchises. You know, and I feel like still to this day that there's coins like Cardano and Ethereum is that can do what Bitcoin has done. Even the Dogecoin's kind of like started out as a joke, you know, by a guy from Adobe and an IBM executive. And the thing is, if that it's open-ended, there's not a limit to how many they're going to sell, so the value's down. But in one day, if they decide to put a limit on that, or they put that coin on the exchange, it's not on the Coinbase exchange right now, that could, you know, it was 3.5 cents 2 weeks ago, 5 cents on Sunday, and 14.5 cents Monday. You know, if you bought $1,000 worth of that and it went to $1, then you'd have made $10,000. You know, it went up to 10,000. You put 9,000 in your pocket, but it's really exciting stuff, and there's millions into it. You know, that Coinbase exchange, you can read an article, you know, when we hang up, you know, about it going on the stock exchange. My dad made $800 on that stock today.
Okay.
Bought it.
With all the research you've done, Spaceman, have you found out or have you discovered all these people that are purchasing, they're going in to buy some Bitcoin or some Ethereum, they're buying it with their American dollars here and elsewhere around the world, they're buying it with whatever currency they use. Where's all that American currency go that you put in? You bought it from Coinbase or whatever. Where's the American dollar then go? Is it all going into Coinbase's bank?
Well, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, I was using the word buy to my nephew. And he said, no, you're not buying it, you're exchanging it. Just like if you would travel to Mexico, you would go and exchange American currency for the peso. So this cryptocurrency exists, and I'll give you an example. I bank with PNC, and say you bank with Hamilton, and I transfer $10,000 to Hamilton. That's just the number. They're not backing a truck up to PNC and hauling that amount of gold to Hamilton. They're subtracting a number at my bank and adding a number to your bank. That's what they're doing with cryptocurrency. To give you an example, like Ethereum is about $2,300 right now. It's been at $2,300, $2,400 the last day, right?
Right.
So if I buy 2 of those coins and I put my thumb drive in my port there on my computer and transfer those coins into my thumb drive and take that out and put it in my safe, those 2 coins are in that safe. And then I watch Ethereum that goes up to $10,000. Then those 2 coins in my safe are worth $10,000. I plug that into my computer, go on to Coinbase, and I exchange it. I can exchange it for American dollars. You have a bank account on there. I can change it to American dollars and transfer that to my bank. Or I can change it for a portion of a Bitcoin. You know, it's that was my question, and I'm sort of unclear on it. Like, I got clear up with my nephew, like, why would I take 10,000 of my real dollars and go on the internet and give it to Coinbase, and they give me 5 Ethereum? I feel like I'm getting something fake for something real.
Right.
He said, no, You gave them a number. You didn't give them $10,000 in a gold block.
Well, I mean, technically, those $10,000 that were in your bank account, you could have purchased gold, you could have purchased silver and physically accepted it. You got a digital number, and that 10,000 US dollars that was in your account, somebody somewhere is getting that currency. They have to be. See, I'm still as clear as mud, but we'll take a time out here, get a news break, and back with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are currently still in country. Biden says now is the time to end the country's 20-year war.
After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded. The Coast Guard says they rescued 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest accrues from date of purchase, but is waived if paid in full.
Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, it is. Okay, everybody leave off there. Before we get too far ahead, let me get back, because I told you I'd give you the rest of the story on this COVID financial assistance program. Talked about it a week or two, guys. At that point, I don't think they had it up and running yet. As of a couple days ago, it is. COVID-19 Funeral Assistance Program, accepting applications. Designed to provide financial assistance for COVID-19 related funeral expenses incurred after January 20th of 2020. If you want to jot down the toll-free number, it's 844-684-6333. Again, 844-684-6333. Right now, the line supposedly is up and running, 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. To be eligible for funeral assistance, you have to meet some conditions, according to FEMA. The person's death must have occurred in the United States, including the U.S. territories and the District of Columbia. The death certificate must indicate the death was attributed to COVID-19. Applicant must be a U.S. citizen, non-citizen national, or a qualified alien who incurred a funeral expense or expenses after January the 20th of 2020. There's no requirement for the deceased person to have been a U.S. citizen, non-citizen national, or qualified alien. Those applying are eligible for a maximum financial amount of $9,000 per funeral and a maximum of $35,500 per application. I'm not real sure how that comes into play. Is that for maybe if you had a family and 3 people in the family had passed away, the COVID got into the home, and that I'm not real sure. Now, as of Monday afternoon, the agency reported high call volume, resulting in some people just getting a busy signal, not having the call connect at all. They say there's no deadline to apply, according to FEMA. Funding for the program, as I mentioned, Spaceman, comes from the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021 and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. So that's the $1.9 trillion COVID relief stimulus plan or whatever. If you have questions, there is a website. Let's see. There's a FEMA Funeral Assistance Frequently Asked Question section. I guess if you just did a Google search on that, FEMA's Funeral Assistance FAQ, you can find out more there. Then real quick, here, back to the conversation with Spaceman there. Like I said, if you take your $10,000 out of your bank account and you purchase a Bitcoin, or an Ethereum, or a Dogecoin, or any of those others, those are 10,000 American dollars that came out of your account. I said you could purchase gold, gold price, just like these digital currencies. The value of gold goes up and down. The value of silver, the value of all commodities, I guess you call it, goes up and down. So they use the same term. You're investing in gold, right? Yeah, you get that if you get the physical gold delivered. You put it in your safe like you would your thumb drive or whatever. And if the value of gold goes up to a higher level, you take that gold out of your safe and you can actually go physically sell it. Where does all the actual so-called cash ultimately go with all these digital currencies? Is it just taking actual cash off the numbers? Just is it erasing that currency off the U.S. available cash in the economy? It's kind of confusing. Coinbase, though, they're the ones that debuted. Coinbase shares closed at $328.28 in the debut yesterday on NASDAQ. They had the first opening day, the cryptocurrency exchange, an initial market cap of $85.8 billion on a, quote, fully diluted basis. Shares opened at $381, quickly shot as high as $429 and some change, before then dropping back below the debut price. Had a low of around $310. That was still well above the reference price of $250 that was set on Tuesday night, although no shares changed hands at that price. Skirting the traditional IPO process, Coinbase listed their stock directly, allowing employees and existing shareholders to sell shares immediately at a market-based price. They say in pursuing a direct listing, Coinbase followed some of the tech companies like Spotify, Slack, Roblox, which helped to standardize the process. Coinbase closed the day with a market cap of about $62 billion. Founded in 2012, a way to simplify purchasing of Bitcoin and now other cryptocurrencies. Coinbase has emerged as the most popular crypto exchange. They've soared in value alongside those digital currencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum. Coinbase now has 56 million users. It was 43 million at the end of 2020. They've added 13 million users already this year. In other words, it was 32 million in 2019 using it. In their last private financing round in 2018, investors valued Coinbase at $8 billion. From the layman on the outside who doesn't really grasp it all, it really kind of sounds like a gigantic bubble of some sort. But they, those that are in the know say, no, you're in the wrong. You're in the wrong. All right, Coinbase is hitting the public market as a record amount of cash pours into cryptocurrencies. And tech investors are thirsty for high growth stories. Snowflake, DoorDash, Airbnb, Roblox have all gone public in the last 6 months and have market capitalizations ranging from $45 billion to $106 billion. Most transactions on Coinbase involve the purchase of Bitcoin or Ethereum, which have been on a historic tear, they say, climbing more than 800% for Bitcoin and 1,300% respectively for Ethereum. The company said its short-term performance will largely be determined by crypto prices. So wherever the crypto price goes, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Coinbase is pretty much going to go up or down with them. A guy by the name of Brian Armstrong is Coinbase's co-founder and CEO. He owns 39.6 million shares. Back in August, he was granted a multi-billion-dollar performance award tied to the company's stock price, potentially letting him purchase up to 9.29 million options at $23.46 over a 10-year period. So, I mean, just based on this, so he can purchase at $23.46 But on debut day on the market, the price is $328 at the close. Think about what's his value at. It is mind-boggling. You are correct. Meanwhile, let's get back to our calls here. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Joe?
Oh, hello, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
I'm hanging with him, trying to grasp all this stuff, but my brain's not big enough to wrap around it.
Right. Well, I wanted to call in, and I called in last week, I think it was, about autism awareness. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about therapy dogs. Well, my first question for you is, do you have a dog?
I do have a dog. His name's Turbo.
Oh, that's great. So basically, well, ever since I was a little kid, I always wanted to have a dog. And eventually we found out that there were dogs, and that they could be helpful with people with autism. And so eventually we tracked down the right breeder and the right person who helped us out and found the best breed. And my dog currently is my best friend. He helps me a lot when I have, panic attacks or when I need him. And, I just wanted to say to anyone who might be interested in getting a dog, or anyone that has autism or wants an emotional support dog, I highly recommend a dog, and they're really great animals.
All right. Yeah. My Turbo, I think they call him a Heinz 57. We don't really know exactly what he is. Little bit of this, little bit of that.
Oh, okay.
He's a kind of smart dog, but like mutts. He's just kind of a stupid dog. But yeah, he's a great friend.
Right.
He's a great friend, and they give you unconditional love.
Yes, dogs are great animals. So thanks for having us on the show, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks for checking in, Joe. Good to hear from you, and have a great night. Tell your daddy, tell Paul, the prophet, I said hello. Hello, Paul. I know you're out there listening in. All right, we'll get our top of the hour news update loaded into the system here. And who's next up here? I believe, let's see, somebody wanted to talk about, it says, Steve, you have a police chief, Craig, in Cincinnati for a while. Who we got on the line here?
Hello.
Hey there.
Hello. Hello.
Would that be Paul?
Yeah, Steve, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. So you were right in line behind Joe there. Yeah, well, good morning. Yeah, what's going on, Paul?
Well, we're both listening to you tonight. We don't get to call in too much, but you had a police chief, Craig, in Cincinnati. Do you remember that?
I certainly do, and I believe when he left Cincinnati, didn't he go to Detroit?
Yes, he did. And he's been making a lot of comments about our representative here, Tlaib. She seems to want to defund the police. And, of course, he stood up and said, I don't know what she's talking about. I mean, everything that's going on right now, why would you want to defund the people that are defending the people?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what's going on with all this other stuff, and not everybody's perfect, and we have some police officers that make mistakes, and some of the ones that do it intentionally, then we got to get rid of them and recruit better police officers.
Yeah.
Who basically come from a support group that served in the military. And so, he basically was saying today, along with this, person on the radio, well, with all the money that we're giving to all these other things, let's just train the police officers better and take time to do that.
Sure.
Instead of watching all these other people who claim to be peaceful and protesting, just put some of this money that President Biden is allocating to give to better training. So I think you would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, the prospect of defunding the police is absolute insane. It's insanity, if you ask me. Yeah, you know what? There's good people and there's bad people, and sometimes with all the screening that is done to become a law enforcement officer, because they have to go through a lot of psychological background checks and testing and things of that nature. They don't want people that have a loose screw out there with a gun trying to be a police officer. But every once in a while, one of those, they may be a truly racist individual. On occasion, they slip through the cracks, and when you find out about that, you kick them off the force. Yeah, this whole thing about the officer there in Minneapolis, she made a horrific mistake, obviously, in the heat of the moment, pulling her revolver or her service weapon versus the taser. Horrible mistake. She's gonna pay the price. I believe they brought her up on second-degree manslaughter charges this past day. But it was a mistake. Right. We all make mistakes. But I kind of pointed out yesterday that, the first mistake was for the individual, Dante. I called him, the first mistake was for the thug to be fighting with police because he was a bad guy with warrants. That was mistake number one. She obviously made a mistake. He's dead now. And she's going to pay the price. Who knows? I'll have to look at the rest of the story, what potentially she faces if she's convicted of second-degree manslaughter. But, a simple mistake, all this could have been avoided if the guy would have just listened to the officer's orders.
Steve, I recall when I was listening to this story with Police Chief James Craig, I remembered calling in. And I don't know if I talked to you or your dad, and this was a few years back, but it just made me think that if I get pulled over, the first thing I'm thinking is I'm going to do what that police officer says. Not only that, I realized beyond that, these are people that rush to the scene, and in many ways, many times, they are the ones that are there before the EMTS, all of the emergency people, the fire department get there, and these people are like hanging out of a car. I don't want to describe it too much, but the police officer has to do what he can, arrive on a scene and see this, and then wait for the real medical emergency people. Now, of course, our police officers are trained to do certain things, and that's why it was so horrific to see George Floyd go through what he did, when he was inflicted with something and there was a EMT person that said, hey, can I check his pulse? And they wouldn't let that young lady get there to do something. That 9 minutes, it affected me. But I'll go back to this. If you did something wrong and you're pulled over, you need to do what that police officer says, respect the fact that he could be the first person on a scene of a horrific accident. The police get there before the ambulance or the fire department. And I could never do that, Steve. I don't know if you could. I couldn't be a doctor. I would do it. I've done something when I came upon an accident and called the police, and the first thing I did was pray to God that I could just approach the scene, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But this is just something that if this country doesn't wake up and understand we are protected by God's people who are put in that situation, and that we can respect a minor traffic stop. Now, of course, if you've got an outstanding warrant, then you can understand why these people are trying to run. And it's just not a good thing. But Steve, can I end on a bit of a brighter note tonight?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, I hadn't heard Big Ed on the radio with you in a long time because I hadn't called. And then he talked about Stormy, and I remember her. We talked about Maverick and John the Silly Monkey the other night. Have you ever heard from Doc Holliday? Remember him?
Yes, Doc Holliday. He every once in a while he'll check in. I know he's been out on vacation for a couple of weeks. I think he just actually got back out on the road earlier this week. But yeah, we're friends on Facebook. He was out there at the lake with the kids, the grandkids, and yeah, he'll check in. He still finds his way into the casinos as often as possible. It's the same old Doc Holliday.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear that he's still kicking, and happy birthday to Stormy, as Big Ed was saying. I don't always agree with Big Ed, but, you know, he's got a big heart. And as far as one more thing, I got to say this. A spaceman is out there. I want to tell him to wake up and go to bed, because I'll tell you what, I'm going to tell everybody listening right now, this crypto and Bitcoin and this cashless society that we're headed for, I'm going to say it as a prophet would. What's coming when the next pandemic comes? This is it's all headed towards not having a currency. It's going to be brought in by this one world cashless society, and you just better get ready and brace up, Steve. We'll call you again. Saddle up, ponies. Have a good night, Steve.
Thank you, Paul. Good to hear from you there. All right. What are we looking at here? Looking over some of the comments here. Let's see. Ronald says, going back to Monkey Gouger's call, along with what Monkey Gouger was saying about newbies backing into the dock. I was at a place making a pickup, and you had to let the truck on your right back in, then you could back in next. Well, after watching this team try to back up for 20 minutes, I ended up putting the truck in the dock. Come to find out, together, they had less than 8 months driving experience, which that's kind of frightening. You've got two essentially brand new drivers out there on the road. Neither of them with enough experience. Obviously, probably neither one of them had any winter driving experience. If you get your CDL, go through the training school in the spring, and then you find yourself back in the end of summer, headed into fall, being thrown out there in a truck as a team operation with another guy or gal who was pretty much on the same schedule as you. Neither one of you have ever driven out there in the winter conditions. Next thing you know, they find themselves out there trying to cross Montana or Wyoming, and you kind of wonder why you see those incredible massive pileups out there. Yeah, maybe that's one of the contributing factors. Bruce brings up another topic of discussion. Can you tell me why ice cream is getting involved with the sport of dismantling the police? I saw the Twitter feed from Ben & Jerry's, the ice cream people at Ben & Jerry's. The murder of Daunte Wright is rooted in white supremacy and results from the intentional criminalization of black and brown communities. This system cannot be reformed. It must be dismantled and a real system of public safety rebuilt from the ground up. Hashtag defund the police. All I can tell you, Bruce, is I guess Ben & Jerry's, the founders, whoever they are, whoever's in charge there, are all on board with the likes of AOC. When they say dismantle completely, cannot be reformed, it must be dismantled, and a real system, which would obviously, if you dismantle, it's going to be some sort of a new, totally different system of public safety from the ground up. They're in with AOC. They want to get rid, I guess, across the board of police around the country. We'll pick up more on that topic ahead. Meanwhile, we'll get a news update. And you want to get back to your calls just ahead as well at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Health and Human Services is reportedly spending about $60 million a week to care for unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border. Federal officials continue to look for more space to house these children. looking to quickly build emergency facilities. Several Republican governors have sent the message that they won't be accepting any illegal immigrants in their states. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is one of those governors. She tells Fox News that she will turn down any request from federal officials to send illegal aliens to South Dakota.
There is always a request made, to the states where the federal government would put the request in and ask. And what I have determined by watching the actions of this president is that he is making America unsafe. These are people that are crossing our border illegally. We do not know who they are. Multiple news sources have told us that we have people on the terrorist watch list that are getting into this country this way, and they're not going to find a place here in South Dakota.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
A CDC advisory committee declined to lift a pause on the use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine after a meeting on Wednesday, instead saying that it would look at more data surrounding the 6 cases of blood clots in people who had received the shot. 6 women developed the clots 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination. 1 woman died and 3 more remained hospitalized. The panel said it recommended continuing the nationwide pause of the use of the shot until more data can be reviewed. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University, and he tells CBS News exactly what data the CDC committee will be looking for.
First of all, we want to know how common is this? There's 6 cases that's been reported. There looks like there was 1 in a clinical trial that occurred as well. So we want to know, are these all the cases? Are there more out there? So now we've alerted clinicians so people will start looking. That will help understand the denominator, how big of a problem this is, as well as the numerator. And then also we want to look at these 6 women and understand, is it really something that's restricted to females? Are there any risk factors?
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is continuing to monitor the buildup of Russian troops at the Russia-Ukraine border. John Clemens reports.
That buildup is now estimated at 80,000 Russian troops. Speaking from NATO headquarters in Brussels, Secretary Lloyd Austin was questioned about the proliferation of Russian troops at the Ukraine border.
We continue to monitor very closely the activity there, and we continue to consult with our partners. As you heard us say earlier this evening, we call upon Russia to cease their provocations and to be more transparent about this recent activity.
Earlier in the week, Secretary Austin announced more U.S. troops will be deployed to Germany to strengthen deterrence in defense of Europe. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
Congressional Democrats are expected to introduce legislation on Thursday to add 4 seats to the U.S. Supreme Court. The legislative push coming after President Biden appointed a commission last week to study a potential expansion of the court. The idea has drawn strong opposition from Republicans. And the Houston Astros placed 5 players on the injured list Wednesday for health and safety protocols. All-stars Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman, DH Jordan Alvarez, catcher Martin Maldonado, and infielder Robel Garcia were all placed on the list, though team officials would not say whether any of those players had tested positive for COVID-19. They also did not say how long each player would be out of the lineup. The Astros game with the Detroit Tigers did go on as scheduled on Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And let's pick up right where we left off there, talking about the police. Defund the police. Let's just dismantle nationwide, right? Well, here's a proposal from this past day. Traffic stops are the most common way most of us interact with the police. All the attention right now, the Brooklyn Center, Minnesota police killing of Daunte Wright. The 20-year-old shot by an officer confusing her gun for the taser while attempting to arrest him. Just the latest reminder of how these interactions can quickly turn deadly, they say. Police conduct roughly 20 million traffic stops a year, according to the Stanford Open Policing Project. Obviously, the majority end without major incident. They occasionally result in officers using deadly force. Last year, 121 people were killed by police after being stopped for a traffic violation. Several of the most controversial law enforcement-related deaths in recent years have resulted from traffic stops. Wright's killing has also brought attention to so-called pretextual stops, a practice where police use a minor violation, such as changing lanes without signaling or a broken taillight, as the pretext for investigating an unrelated crime. The Supreme Court has ruled that pretextual stops are constitutional. Critics say these stops fuel racial bias in policing, though. Researchers found black drivers are 20% more likely to be pulled over and up to twice as likely to be searched, even though they were less likely to be carrying drugs, guns, or other illegal contraband compared to their white peers. Why, there's the debate. Traffic stops, in theory, promote public safety by discouraging unsafe driving and providing police an opportunity to identify more serious crimes. But police reform advocates say the high number of killings and evidence of racial bias show that in practice, these stops do more harm than they do good. A number of potential solutions have been proposed to make traffic enforcement safer and less prone to abuse. Supporters of the movement to defund the police are calling on local governments to establish what they call separate traffic agencies staffed by unarmed monitors who could handle non-criminal traffic enforcement duties that currently fall under the police purview. These agencies' proponents argue could keep the streets safe from dangerous drivers while reducing the risk of violent incidents. Some reform advocates say less dramatic policy changes like ending pretextual stops and only pulling over those who commit the most dangerous violations would greatly reduce the number of incidents that escalate to violence. Others say technology like red light cameras, speed cameras, could take a large share of the human element out of traffic enforcement. Skeptics warn against enacting widespread changes in response to what they see as a small number of high-profile incidents. Pretextual stops is an element of what's known as proactive policing. Help police keep drugs and guns off the streets. Now, others, of course, who's going to volunteer for the job of pulling people over for a broken tail light or a speeding violation with no way to defend themselves? Now, be honest, who's going to take that job in this modern era, in this day and age? Others say traffic enforcers would face substantial danger. And there's also fears that cameras would be prone to mistakes, which would contribute to a worrisome level of government surveillance. All right, it's an idea. I don't see it going anywhere. Who's going to volunteer? Are you going to go into the Bronx or Queens, or you pick your favorite downtown anywhere in the USA that is full of the bad guys, where the crime, the gangs, the drugs is running rampant? Are you going to volunteer to pull someone over? Because they're going to know, hey, this is that traffic pig. It's a rent-a-pig. They ain't gonna know what. They'll just as soon leave you dead in the street and pull away. That's the way I see it. What say you? All right. Morning, Chevy guy. What's happening this morning?
Well, like you, I have a child in law enforcement. Yeah. Scary. I wanted to make a comment on Russia telling us to keep out of the Black Sea. Risk is sounding like a Russian bootlegger, but it would be sort of like, but I'd be joining a great crowd of patriot Americans there. But, it's common sense. It's where we're at today. I mean, I couldn't understand why my grandson was in Afghanistan. He's back. He's in law enforcement now. And he couldn't tell you why he was over there. I mean, we've been over there for, 10 years? How long does it take to train a military to defend its own country?
Yeah, I think it's closer. I think we've been there 20 years.
Yeah, and, I mean, it's been forever. It wasn't Bush's war. It was a Barack Obama's war. He stepped it up. But think about it. It'd be sort of like Russia sending its warships into the Gulf of Mexico. And that puts our satellite systems at risk, our refineries at risk. Remember, those two destroyers in the Mediterranean shot 60 missiles. 59 made it, one fell to the sea. And they flew them Tomahawks right outside, right in front of these dug-in hangars, wiping out the Syrian jets. And I assure you that terrified the Russians. The Russians pulled their ships off the Syrian ports for their safety. So it's real. I mean, just those two destroyers have a big wallop to them. And if you go to look on the map, right there in Turkey and the southern Ukraine is the gap. The only opening, it's a little bottleneck. Matter of fact, there's a bridge across it. That's the only bottleneck let ships in and out of there. So when our ships get in there, and Turkey ain't the best friend in the world, our ships are at risk in there. And so I don't know. It needs to be more than just U.S. ships. Let's put it that way. But the problem is, just like my granddaughter's sitting there in Germany now, when they're worried about defending Germany against Russia, I guess. But doggone, Germany did a $2 billion deal to get gas off of Russia. You've got trying to tell me Germany can't protect their own self? So yeah, our kids are everywhere. They're in the Middle East. They're in Europe. We're bouncing around, harassing China in the Chinese, the China Sea. Just saying, yeah, we have a right to be here. So we're being pushed. So I think we have a weak president. I think if anything is going to happen, and we know China wants to take those islands. Matter of fact, Vietnam wants us there. Vietnam wants us there to protect them against China. It's ridiculous. I got it. But hey, this is America. I mean, we're paying out money to the hoops. I mean, just for an American carrier. I mean, we're not even defending our own southern border. No, it just, I'm sorry. We need to say, all right, hey, this is y'all's war. So give us a call if you need help. But man, y'all need to work this stuff out. I mean, Putin's a maniac, and that's all there is to it. And what they on the northern, they were already saying that in the northern hemisphere, in Russia, they've already been testing a so-called nuclear torpedo.
Yeah.
So, hey, there we go. We voted in a weak-minded president. Politics, we're, playing slappy cake over here, and they're playing a blood war. So I'm praying for our military. And, I went back and listened to last night. I wanted to make sure I didn't cuss. But, hey, I stutter less when you get me riled up. That's one good thing. But I also did something. Now, I talked over top of you. When you were trying to talk to me, I did not mean it. When I listen to you on the hold or on the radio, you come out crisp and clear. But even like now, I can barely hear you when you talk.
Really?
So I surely don't mean to talk over top of you. That's very disrespectful. But I ain't the greatest conversationalist in the world either. I'm a ranter. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. And and I gotta say it. I'm going to get them all mad. Joe Biden's doing the right thing. Let's get our troops out of Afghanistan. So I'm going to slap him on the back. Lindsey Graham can get up there and they go, that's the wrong thing to do. It's the wrong thing to do. But I know Lindsey Graham. South Carolina manufactures that machinery that goes over there. There's roadside bombs, armored vehicles.
Yeah.
It's a big money thing here in this state. So I don't trust Lindsey Graham. You hear me? So I get it. He's for this state and for the income, but it's for his own personal benefit. He's willing to keep our children out there in the battle zone. So I've said it. That's it. I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, enjoy the ride. Import.
All right. I'm not going to disagree with you about getting out of Afghanistan. Well, I'm trying to. Was George W. wasn't he supposed to? We were supposed to be in the process of getting out. Then we were in the process of getting out under Obama. Trump was talking about getting out. I know the numbers are dramatically down as far as the number of our boys and girls, men and women that are on the ground over there. But over 20 years' time. I mean, if you remember, this goes back September 11 of 2001 when we were attacked. The plot that was hatched in Afghanistan. The Taliban. I don't remember the exact, was it 2002, 2003? I mean, it was shortly after 2000, the attack in 2001. We were on the ground. We were there. And we've been there. My son spent a year on the ground there. Chevy guys, nephew, spent in probably hundreds of your sons, daughters, spent time there. Some of you probably spent time there. What more can be accomplished that has not yet been accomplished there in Afghanistan. We talked, pretty much a direct parallel in regards to going into Iraq. We're going to take Saddam out of power, that horrible dictator, and we're going to turn this country into a more of a free, where actual, honest-to-goodness elections occur. Because that's not the way it was under Saddam Hussein. Oddly enough, for all those years, anytime an election rolled around, Saddam Hussein would get a 100% voter turnout and a 100% vote for his staying in power. Well, we know those were not free, fair elections. But how did that work out? You're talking about a country full of one side or the other, very radical Muslim beliefs. The Shias versus the Sunnis versus, of course, you had the Kurds, who have been at each other's throats pretty much forever. The ideologies that are not going to change, and that hasn't changed. Well, we go into Afghanistan. I guess the only thing we may be still somewhat successfully doing is keeping our ears to the ground for some intelligence about potential plots being hatched there to attack us, the great Satan, the West. I'm thinking we could probably still use our same intelligence community. Would we not be better served for the cost of being there to put more effort into the intelligence and keeping individuals from countries like that from being able to make their way into the United States? Don't let them come here. If they can't get on our soil, they can't attack us here. One man's opinion, right? 22 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. What do you say? Inbred Redneck, I believe it is. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, buddy. I heard my old buddy Spaceman on there talking about his new learnings, buddy. And I just want to remind you, Steve, sometimes you need a redneck guidance. Remember when the computers went down at that other place you was employed at? Guess who fixed it? Inbred Redneck, buddy. So I'm here to explain all this to you, buddy, and how cryptocurrency works. Currently, I hold 1 million Dogecoin.
Okay.
I purchased those Dogecoin many years back for $100. Now they're worth $100,000. Okay. A conservative estimate. Now, what you're asking about, as far as the exchanges, the way it works is most of the time, whoever forms the cryptocurrency, I can start one tomorrow if I wanted to, Steve. It doesn't mean it'll ever have any value. You got to have some sort of value to it. Some use case scenario is the big term that they use in it. And people that will accept it as a payment. But whoever creates the cryptocurrency to get on that exchange, what will happen is they will give a certain amount of those coins to the exchange already. Okay? And that is basically for them to build up a stockpile.
And
so
what
they have it?
So the only value of something that has been created via computer software is finding people like you who are willing to give them some of your actual cash to purchase something called a digital currency. Is that correct?
Yeah. Basically, that's how it works. That's why you see, like when Bitcoin started out, it was nothing, a penny, a dollar, whatever. It's just whoever believes in it for the most part. Now, there are some systems that they've set up where it ties into things that are happening on the internet. Some of this stuff even goes into the automotive industry. There is cryptocurrency called IOTA, IOTA, and it stands for Internet of Things, Advanced Technologies, and all this. And people all the way from Volkswagen to Mercedes-Benz to Ford to Chevy even use this stuff. They're trying to use it to work out the automated driverless cars, you know. And but basically, now they have that little pool that the founder of the cryptocurrency gives them. But also, when you go on to these exchanges to buy this stuff, your order is not filled right then unless you're buying a very small amount. And maybe Spaceman hasn't experienced this, but if you buy a large amount of cryptocurrency, it's going on to the market. It's waiting for other people to sell that to fill these orders. So not all of it's there. Some of it's coming in. And basically what you're doing when you're buying it or selling it, you're putting in bids. And whatever the bid is at that moment is what you're going to get out of it. It's just like if I took all 1 million of mine, dumped them on the market right now, which it wouldn't affect it that bad, but the price would drop. And it may take 30 minutes to sell those million. The way things are going, I think it would probably take less than that at this point. But there has been times that I have bought other cryptocurrencies, sold them, trade them, everything else. And I had one order, 4 years ago, that took me 6 hours to sell. That's how long it took.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about the demand. The demand.
Somebody willing to quote invest, put some of their money in to buy it. It sounds to me like when you sell yours, somebody else has to buy it, but you come out on top because you used your U.S. dollars to buy the Dogecoin, and when you put it back on the market, you're looking to come out with more U.S. dollars in your bank account, but they're buying it hoping that somebody else in the future is willing to pay more for it. But there's really nothing technically that backs it up, right? It's not really worth anything.
That's true, Steve.
Unless someone's willing to pay more for it.
That's right. And I mean, really, Steve, if you look at the stock market, it's based on the same principles. Even though you are buying shares of a company, those shares could be rated. Well, this is 1/billionth of 1% of this company. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Yep.
It's sort of like the old owner-operator trick. Well, we're going to pay you 90%, of the revenue. Well, who's got their hands in the pockets before the revenue is determined? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and sure, you may own that stock, and you're really not going to lose that much. It's a little bit slower pace. When I got into this, basically the way I looked at it is, hey, this is a balloon. I'm going to hop on it, ride it up, and hopefully it won't pop too bad.
So, when you use the term balloon means bubble, right?
Yeah. That's my term for it. My little balloon. But you can lose money, Steve. I've lost money at this, but I have came out way better than if I invested the same money in the stock market. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
And but there was one caller there a while back says, "Hey, watch what you're doing." Yeah, you really need to watch what you're doing. I have been at this for 7 years now. And I've seen a bunch of them come and go. Some of them are worth nothing. Some of them are worth a great deal. But what was I thinking, Steve? I'm trying to get my brain straight here, buddy.
Well, obviously, the likes of Bitcoin and Ethereum are they like the top two, the top dogs, the big ones in there? Dogecoin, it was 13 cents, I think, this past day. Or 14 cents for Dogecoin.
Dogecoin is in the top 10. They've been around almost a decade now. But there's so many of them out there, and even at 14 cents, I think there's like 28 billion out there. And excuse me, Steve. Every day they produce a million more. Okay, so but still by that standard, they can still beat the U.S. dollar in inflationary terms. So.
See, Bitcoin has there's a finite number of Bitcoin, I understand. So once they're all out there, there's no more. But these other cryptocurrencies, they're actually creating more. It says 2021, there's 130 billion Dogecoin. 2025, there'll be 150 billion. 2030, 175. 2035, there'll be 200 billion Dogecoins. And it was created as a joke, right?
Yeah, it was a joke. A couple guys got together, and there was some deal where they were taking pictures of the dogs and putting funny.
Well, that's what I call a dog coin. It's DOG, and they've got a dog on the photographs that depict the dog coin. That's so I said, but they call it Dogecoin. But so really what you've got is you're looking for more people like you that are willing to buy it. I guess yesterday with the whole Bitcoin coming on board, Bitcoin doesn't, I mean, they both hit records yesterday, right? But the Coinbase they don't even trade the Dogecoin. CoinDesk, I guess, is the one. Bitcoin hit $64,829 each. Ether climbed $2,400. Dogecoin or Dogcoin, that was created as a joke, actually hit 14 cents, according to CoinDesk. Despite the fact that Coinbase doesn't even offer trading in the Dogecoin. Dogcoin. We're a bit behind, of course, so we'll get caught up here, get a news break, and back to your calls. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are currently still in country. Biden says now is the time to end the country's 20-year war.
After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90 mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded. The Coast Guard says they rescued 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, just an update. We mentioned earlier the Russia, USA, saber rattling, my. Latest developments over the past day, German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Joe Biden, U.S. President, called on Russia to pull back their troops from the Ukrainian border to de-escalate the situation. According to a German government spokesperson, The United States and NATO allies alarmed by the large buildup near the Ukrainian border and in Crimea. Russia and Ukraine actually held simultaneous military drills this past day as NATO foreign and defense ministers began emergency discussions on the massing of Russian troops near the Ukrainian border. In their phone call, Merkel and Biden discussed the latest developments and called on Russia to avoid any further escalation, supposedly. According to the government spokesperson there in Germany, the chancellor and the president agreed Russia should reduce the latest troop reinforcements to de-escalate the situation. Personally, I don't think Vladimir Putin could give a damn what the United States or Germany has to say. That's right. White House said in a statement, Biden and Merkel expressed concerns about the buildup on Ukraine's border and reaffirmed their support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden had spoke to Vladimir Putin on Tuesday to stress the, quote, consequences of Russia's activities. Then Turkish diplomatic sources also said this past day that the United States had canceled the deployment of 2 warships to the Black Sea. For whatever reason, are they feeling like, maybe this is something we don't want to get into, right? As Big Eb was saying, do you have a dog in this hunt? That sort of thing. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. And Eagle, what's happening this morning? Well, sounds like Darth Vader there. He'll call us back at some point in time, won't he? When he wakes up again. Hello, Big Moose.
I must be the one putting him to sleep, because every time you go to him snoring or sounding like an orca or something, they always come to me then.
Is that right?
I must be having a negative effect on him, yeah. Oh, well, he probably needs to get his rest. Well, I tell you what, buddy, you want to talk about a messed up deal. Let me give you a little backstory here.
Okay.
You remember old Ratchet Jaw we lost back last part of January this year, you know?
Yes.
And his thing was he would haul the Amish around to do these various building jobs, right? So several years ago, he bought this old bus and had it cut down, had a truck bed put on the back of it. That's what he would take these guys out to. He would basically drive them out to wherever they was working and wait on them to get done and drive them home. That's about all he did. So anyway, Monday, his boy Raymond called me and said, do you have any use for Dad's old truck? He said, we need to get rid of it. Said, it's a CDL deal because, it's that, well, where they're at, the air brakes make it a CDL truck. So he said, we just want to get rid of it. He said, I'll bring it to you if you want it. I said, yeah, bring it down, put it at the shop, whatever, that'd be great. So anyway, yesterday, I got to go weigh this thing to get an Ohio title put on, right?
Okay.
So I've not been, it's basically a school bus till about midship, and then it's got a Jerdan bed on the back of it, okay? So I finally figured out how to get the school bus door open, and I get in it, fired up, and I'm heading to the scale. I keep hearing this thumping noise. What in the heck is that noise, So anyway, I pull off the main road, US 36, where I was at. I pull into the scale at the stone quarry where I went to weigh it. And I look over, and sitting at the jump seat was a full-grown, full-size mama raccoon.
Uh-oh.
And it's just me and her in the cab of this thing. And I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and neither one of us ain't got nowhere to go because is basically we're stuck in a 8-foot square steel box, and I said, uh-oh. So I just dodged off in the parking lot there, jammed the brakes, opened the door, thinking that she would run out. Well, she run back in the back and had a bunch of old straps and stuff in there. So I'm out there beating on the side of it and everything else. The next thing I know, here comes the county deputy. He said, what's the problem? And I explained to him about my stowaway situation, you know. He said, well, do you think we need to call animal control? And I said, no. I said, I think if we make enough racket, we can scare her out of there, you know. So he's out there beating on one side of it, and I'm on the other side beating on the other side of it. And pretty soon, we got her stirred up and got her out of there. Well, then I got to thinking, has she been in there all the time? Did she get in there today? You know, is there more in there?
Did she have some babies in
so
there?
I'm back here digging. Right. So I'm back here digging through all this crap and hoping I don't find nothing, and about half expecting I will. So anyway, I didn't find nothing else except some, little presents that she decided to leave. I don't know. I think I left a few of them presents too by the time I seen her, but we got it all squared away, and I went over and got that thing weighed, got the title made and everything for it, brought it back, and our little buddy called me, and he said, hey, what's the deal with that bus? I said, I told him, I said, belong to Ratchet Jaw. I said, I'm going to use it around the shop. You know, it's got a snowplow and everything I put on it. And he said, he said, by the way, when I got there yesterday, the door was open. I went ahead and shut it for you. I said, thanks. I said, I appreciate that. Oh, heck. But, yeah, that was all my fun adventure for the day. As far as all this Bitcoin and all that crap goes and everything else, I'm just going to leave that to the professionals. I ain't going to get involved in none of that stuff. Like I said, when it comes to technology, I'm almost Amish anyway, so I'll let them smarter than me figure all that stuff out. When the good old federal greenbacks ain't good no more, I don't know what I'm going to do, but hopefully the old federal greenbacks will outlast me, so I'll be in good shape.
That's all we can hope for. Yep. Well, I'm with you on that, Big Moose.
That's it.
Yep.
Well, keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy. I'll catch you later. Enjoy the show.
All right. Hey, thank you much. Never a dull moment with the Big Moose, right? Oh, boy. All right. I got a couple from the email bag here. Scooter says, back to the discussion of dismantling the police. His take is, Steve, the reason the radical left in D.C. wants to dismantle the current police is because it's controlled by local communities, not by them. They ultimately want a federally based force that they can use to go after their political and ideological enemies. Scooter says, I guess think along the lines of communist China, where their federally controlled force will indeed go after. If you say something negative about the Chinese president and they find your ass, you're in a world of hurt. Scooter, you may be onto something there. Then Norm said, pre-crime is the future of police, future of policing. How exactly did he put it? Let me pull that email back. Pre-crime is the new way to police, he said. Say, pre-crime? Well, what the hell is pre-crime? And if you remember the film from, when was that, late 80s, early 90s, Tom Cruise, it was called Minority Report. It's a film based on the year 2054. Pre-crime. Has Minority Report style policing become a reality? Police are using technology and data to predict behavior and prevent crime. But are innocent people actually being targeted? This is an actual news item. It's the stuff of science fiction, the film Minority Report. Police officers, imagine police officers that arrest individuals for crimes that have not yet been committed. This fictional department is called pre-crime, and it might be becoming a reality. Police in the United States and the United Kingdom are using mathematical algorithms which rely on data collected from social media, surveillance cameras, police records, to take what they say are proactive measures against crime. They're using software to generate subject lists of people who are at the greatest risk of being party to violence or committing a crime. Robert McDaniel of Chicago found himself on such a list, apparently. He had close ties to a victim of violence and was rated 215 times more likely to be prone to violence himself, despite having only been arrested for minor offenses like gambling and smoking marijuana. He says police started watching him closely. In the midst of me trying to get my GED, I started getting followed home. I started having police officers walk up on me, ride up on me, saying my name. Where had I been? Things like that. The result of this test put us on a list of the 400 most dangerous people in Chicago. How can I be dangerous for smoking weed and shooting dice? What the hell's that hurt? But for police, they say it's a tool to tackle crime, and inspired by business models of tech giants like Google and Facebook to actually predict behavior. If the algorithms used in the private sector have allowed them to become more successful in targeting their audience to sell product, aka Google and Facebook, then we should take advantage of that same algorithm that allows us to become more successful in law enforcement and preventing crime, says Jerry Dyer, a police chief in Fresno, California. Critics say Silicon Valley and law enforcement have there's no reason to mix them up. Pre-crime violates privacy, enables racial profiling, heightens surveillance in poor neighborhoods, and apart from its developers, few actually know how the algorithms that generate subject lists actually work. Accountability is almost impossible. The question is, why do we do that to ourselves? Use these programs. First off, we did not vote on it democratically. Is that what we want? Do we want to be a society that's fully monitored? Everybody gets a score? That's what's going on in China. We do that because we want to make money. And the financial players, big tech giants, learned many years ago, you can make a lot of money with personal data and scoring of people. So that made it a business model. If you can use some kind of predictive technology and software to predict according to what these people do in the future, it's not going to predict anything particularly positive for them. That's just downright scary. I remember well Minority Report, the movie. Very disturbing. All right, modern technology. All right, where do we leave off there? Who's next up? I guess that's to get to the Rubber Duck. Morning, Rubber Duck.
Beep, beep. Morning, buddy. How are you?
Hey, I'm hanging with him. Pre-crime. Are you predisposed to committing crime, do you think?
Can I go? Yeah, we'll go there first, but I got to go someplace second.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Car Hauler's driving through Mississippi at 2 a.m, 30 years ago. Well, 25 years ago, with one car on the truck, with tags on it. That's it. One car. Boop. We're going to do a DOT inspection on the side of the road. Well,
that was the second communication we had after he said he was going to put me on the side of the road. And I said, could we go to an off-ramp or something? You know, it's a little safer. No, you'll do what I tell you. So he had the attitude because he thought I had an attitude. We diffused the situation, but it still cost me 10 hours in a penalty box for nothing but a simple mistake. Did I go outrageous about it? No, he was doing his job. Tonight, coming home with my foot to the floor, if I got stopped in Michigan, I wasn't in a car. So, yeah, I was speeding. Guess what? Well, I deserved it. But when you get to the Indiana side, because of what's legal in Michigan and what's legal in Illinois, everything you're talking about, man, they got a federally funded project that works at Toll Road and works 94. That's all they do is take people off the highway for simple violations.
That's going back to the whole police thing, right? Yeah.
Yep. My impound call yesterday was an unfortunate young white male gentleman that was speeding and tailgating a commercial vehicle, got pulled over, and didn't have a driver's license. And it wasn't even his car. It was his girlfriend's car.
Yeah.
Well, that cost him $235. Plus whatever he's going to get from, the court ticket. To me, that's not harassing somebody. He was doing something wrong and he got stopped. Just like if I was doing something wrong. Just like if you were going home and the wife said, "Come on, Steve, everybody's going, hurry up." And you put your foot in it and you got pulled over for going 45 and a 25. You wouldn't be on the radio tomorrow saying you didn't deserve it. You'd actually be saying, I was
doing 45 and a 25. Hell yeah. Right.
Yep. I was a dumb butt.
Dumbass of the week nominee.
Anyway. There, I didn't know if we could say that or not. Because,
yes, you can. Yes.
All right. So, unfortunately, if anybody has been down to the Nashville airport, there was an old air freight forwarder called Red Arrow Air Freight. They have been around forever in Nashville. One of the family's sons always worked the loading dock. He was the book you don't judge by its cover. He had the beard. He didn't smell the greatest. He was a grumpy gruff. He smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day, and he drank Kentucky's best bourbon that you could give him when he got home. And I moved next to him about 7 years ago and got to meet the guy. And when he found out I was a driver, it was kind of interesting. And I found out what he did. It was really interesting. He kept asking why drivers were always so grouchy and bitchy and moany ever since about 4 years ago. I said, "Do they have a big thing in their truck that looks like your tablet?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "It looks like a clock." He goes, "Yep." So that explains everything, Dave. But he got laid off before COVID, during COVID, never went back to work. And we couldn't talk him into doing his dream of just going next door to Camp World, buying his motorhome and going for a ride to see the rest of the states for all the people that he's met from those states and all the stories he's heard from us drivers. The best thing I can say is he sat at my house many a night and many a weekend drinking beer and barbecuing, and we just had great times. And he always valued the driver because he said if it wasn't for a driver, I wouldn't get my freight. So here's to Uncle Dave.
All righty, tip of the hat. Well, thanks for sharing,
Tip of the
Rubber Duck.
hat.
Yep.
But
yep.
No problem, Steve-O. I appreciate it, buddy. God bless everybody. And I want to see Big Moose's bus. I want to see his Jerry bus. I really do. So hopefully he posts some pictures of it. It sounds like it's a pretty cool contraption. But I found a raccoon in a limousine one night when I went to try to open the hood, And I can't tell you who ran faster, me or the raccoon. But I think it was a dead even tie. She went one way and I went the other way. And it's 254 days to Christmas, I think.
Aha, yeah, the countdown is on. Thank you, Rubber Duck. Have a great morning. Hey, we're up to a news update here. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are currently still in country. Biden says now is the time to end the country's 20-year war.
After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded. The Coast Guard says they rescued 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Maybe you've heard about MediShare and you know what it is. It's the affordable alternative to health insurance, but you've wondered, can I really save a significant amount of money on my monthly health care bills? And the answer is an emphatic yes, you can. You can save a lot of money, whether it's just for you or for an entire family. MediShare has an option for you. In fact, the typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And it really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. You get free telehealth services, you get a huge network of doctors, you get great customer support, and you get the sense of security that comes from being a part of 400,000 people who share not just each other's medical bills, but purpose too. MediShare is a community of Christians who pull together and pray for each other, which is very refreshing right now. If you want more info, it's so simple. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Vice President Kamala Harris says she'll be heading to Central America as soon as possible to try to deal with the surge in migrants at the southern border diplomatically. Tim Berg reports.
Vice President Kamala Harris said on Wednesday she has no plans to visit the U.S. southern border, but she's looking forward to a trip soon to Mexico and Guatemala to address the core causes of the surging illegal immigration from Central America.
A large part of our focus is diplomatic in terms of what we can do in a way that is about working with these countries. So, for example, I have talked with the President of Mexico, the President of Guatemala. We have, well, probably saying too much, but we have plans in the work to go to Guatemala as soon as possible, given all of the restrictions in terms of COVID and things of that nature.
Harris speaking at a roundtable discussion regarding immigration on Wednesday. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
A CDC advisory committee declined to make any new recommendations on the use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine after a meeting on Wednesday, instead saying that it would look at more data surrounding the 6 cases of blood clots in people who had received the shot. The 6 women between ages 18 and 48 developed the clots 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination. Dr. Atul Gawande says the pause can probably be lifted for those 50 and older. The professor at the Harvard School of Public Health tells CNBC that 2 pieces of new data lead him to believe the pause only needs to stay on for younger people.
Number one, they were able to calculate the risk for women who were ages 20 to 50 who got the vaccine longer than 2 weeks ago. And that was closer to 1 in 13,000. And that was part of the reason to want to pause. Most of the women who got vaccinated in the last 2 weeks, we haven't seen their reports come out. Second, they recognized a case of a man, age 25, in the Johnson & Johnson trial who had a cerebral hemorrhage from the same type of blood clot. And so they want to assess whether young men are at risk. However, I think there is enough information to know that for people over 50, this is safe.
And the Houston Astros have placed 5 players on the injured list for health and safety protocols. All-stars Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman and DH Yordan Alvarez, catcher Malton Maldonado, and infielder Robel Garcia were all placed on the list, though team officials would not say whether or not any of the players had tested positive for COVID-19. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, while the media focus the attention on protests in Minneapolis and numerous other cities around the country. You're not hearing nearly as much about that. Of course, Portland has to be in the mix, right? There's Chicago, and there's several others. Black male shot by a white officer because obviously she had to be racist. That's the narrative that we're being told, right? Anybody heard about the police officer that was shot by the black male earlier this week? No, the officer's not dead, but it happens. I'll pull up the numbers. What did we share earlier? 121 people killed by law enforcement last year in traffic stop sort of scenarios. This was out of Carroll County, Georgia. And going back Monday morning, but police this past day released the dash cam video, which is described as a horrific exchange of gunfire between a chase suspect and multiple law enforcement officers. Video shows Carroll County Deputy Jay Rapetto, along with Corporal Jamison Trout, pull up to the suspect, now identified as Pierre Alexander Shelton, as the suspect opens fire using an AK-47. Yeah, it is pretty scary. There's actually a disclaimer. The video in this story, released by the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, may be disturbing to some. It contains footage of a chase suspect firing an AK-47 at deputies and other officers. Seen a lot in my years, says one officer. Watching this video sends chills up my spine. That's a spokesperson for the sheriff's office. One of the first shots fired from Shelton disabled Trout's vehicle as he continued to advance, firing inside the vehicle, striking the deputy in the arm. Again, the officer has been released from the hospital. If not for the heroic efforts of all officers and agencies involved, and Corporal Trout and Deputy Rapetto for stopping the suspect, this could have resulted in more officers being injured or killed, and the suspects could have posed an even bigger threat to the public, as this occurred in a residential area at this time in the morning. People getting ready for work, staff getting ready to arrive at the schools. The chase ended near Ithaca Elementary School. In the video, you see another patrol car, identified as Villa Rica police officer Chase Gordy's. When the suspect crashed, they ran before opening fire at Officer Gordy. He returned fire, but was struck twice by gunfire, taken to Grady Atlanta Hospital, and has been released. Carroll County Sheriff Terry Langley said, this shakes you to the core. This really touched the community as well as the department. It all started with an attempted traffic stop. Trooper spotted a car going 111 miles per hour on I-20 Monday morning. After the car stopped initially, it sped off. The chase is on with a state trooper. After a pit maneuver, the driver regained control of the car. Passenger leaned out the window and began firing shots at the trooper using an AK-47. His patrol car became disabled. Sergeant Holloway then made contact with the vehicle, continued the chase. The passenger fired rounds into that vehicle. His police vehicle then crashed into a utility pole. He was airlifted to the hospital where he remains. Holloway, who was shot in the head, is improving. Villarica was the next jurisdiction involved. When the suspect crashed, they ran again before opening fire. Chase ultimately ends when the two men crashed the Nissan near the school. Once they crashed, they ran from the vehicle. That's when the video from Repetto's vehicle begins recording. That's very frightening. Yeah, the officer, I mean, he's pulling up, and here this guy's lifting the AK-47 right at the police officer's windshield, and he opens fire. Look, photographs, I'm looking at a half dozen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nearly a dozen rounds went through the windshield of that police car, patrol car. So here's a brilliant idea. Let's have some unarmed patrol people to go after the speeders, right? Because that 111 mile per hour vehicle, which I guess, technically what? Law enforcement was just supposed to ignore that? Oh, he's just doing 111. Leave him alone. He's no threat. Who knows what intentions these individuals had? What? Now, the so-called unarmed patrol vehicle, as they're suggesting with the defund the police, what if they were the ones engaged in trying to pull this guy over, or these individuals over? I don't think that would have ended well. All right, let's get back to your calls here. And there's Horse Feathers checks in this morning. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Joe is great. I love Kamala. Joe is great. I love Kamala. Joe is great. I love Kamala. I got my shot yesterday afternoon.
How's that going? How's that feel?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me. I love Joe. Kamala is great. Isn't that what the serum's supposed to do? Change your DNA to make you love the Democrats?
Ah, okay. Now I understand. I wonder what the hell you were talking about. Yes, it's the DNA.
Yeah. Yeah, I got what do you call that there? Got recalibrated or whatever. Got
round number
DNA
2. Was it Pfizer or Moderna?
Yeah. Got the Pfizer.
Okay.
Got the Pfizer one. So everything seems to be all right this morning so far.
Indeed, you have undergone gene therapy now that you've had 2 shots. Gene therapy, your DNA has been changed. The only question is, has it been changed forever or just temporarily?
That's right. And of course you have that digital angel, or the microchip all put in there, so I'm being tracked at this point too. I know exactly where I'm at with what I'm doing and all that. Probably actually listening into the conversation that we're having right now. But so anyways, you were talking about we got a new director down there at the FUYMCA. I can't believe they were able to put a woman in underneath the DOT director there, the Pete Buttigieg there. Is that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can't believe he allowed to have a woman underneath him. Okay, that probably wasn't that probably wasn't nice to say, was it?
I hear you.
Yeah. So, anyways, I guess that's enough of that. Hey, speaking of that type of situation, did you hear anything about the NCAA here at all this week at all, or possibly last week? I think it was going on as well. Athletes are a little upset that the NCAA has such financial gains on all the games and everything, and they're supposed to be I tell you, got mental slips here tonight. They're not professional. They're what's the opposite of professional? They're like the Olympians and all that. They're not supposed to have any financial gain on any of their sports playing.
Correct.
They're upset that the NCAA makes so much money off of the sports and what they do, and they're supposed to play just for the love of the game, love of the sport. But so the other thing I saw with the NCAA, did you see that they're going to allow all the transgenders to play?
Yes.
In the competitions. Now, are they going to take the boys that became girls and let them play with the girls?
Yes.
Or are they going to let them play with the boys and the girls that become boys? Are they going to play with the girls? Or are they going to play with do you get to choose which one you want to play with, or how does that work?
I guess it depends on whatever you identify as is what you're going to play as. But fix your microphone while I share that little scenario. You're doing your cutout thing. The NCAA says they firmly, unequivocally support transgender athletes having the opportunity to participate in college sports as a growing number of states move to block them. Inclusion and fairness can coexist for all student athletes, including transgender athletes at all levels of sport, according to the NCAA's Board of Governors this past Monday. They have a long-standing policy that provides a more inclusive path for transgender participation in college sports. Our approach, which requires testosterone suppression treatment for transgender women to compete in women's sports, embraces the evolving science. It is anchored in participation policies of both the International Olympic Committee and the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee. Dozens of states are considering measures that would prevent transgender women and girls from participating in women's sports and other anti-trans legislation. So, yes, to answer the question, yes, a man who identifies as a woman can now participate in the women's, basketball team. And if they're taking the testosterone suppression medication, I guess that's supposed to make them not be any stronger than the women. They're supposed to be, they're not supposed to be strong like a man anymore.
Okay. So does that mean Bruce Jenner or Caitlin, does that mean she can go back to the Olympics now and compete and try to get all the gold medals on the women's side now? That's the way that's supposed to work?
That sounds correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't they just make it simple for us simple people out here? And you could have boys teams, and you could have girls teams, and you could have all the transgenders mixed together on a transgender team. How would that work out? Wouldn't that be a lot simpler? If you say you're transgender either one way or the other, just all play on the transgender team. I don't know. Just a truck driver just can't, as you say about the Bitcoin and that, can't wrap your head around the whole thing. It's confusing. So,
man, I've seen some of the videos, the footage of. It's a dude that's I don't know. He looks like he's about 6'7". He identifies as a woman or identifies as a female, and he's playing on the women's basketball team at some college, and it doesn't look quite right if you ask me. But yep, that's.
Well, here's a picture for you. Imagine this picture. Imagine Big Moose identifying as a woman, and playing on the women's wrestling team.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Now there's a picture. There's a picture. Yeah. Anyways, hey, talking about that Bitcoin and that, I think I got to wait for you to figure out this Bitcoin and what happens with the money from buying Bitcoin. Say Steve Summers starts his own little coin deal there. The boy, I tell you, I can't remember words saved my life this morning.
Summer coins. Okay.
Yeah, do summer coins. So Steve gets a bunch of people to buy these summer coins with their real American dollars, and he gives them these little ones and zeros on their thumb drive, and he takes that real American dollars and he goes out and buys himself a yacht, and these people with their little ones and zeros on their thumb drive plug it back in and say, "Hey, Mr. Steve, I want to sell my things to somebody else or to you or whatever. They can't find you because you're out on your boat and you've disappeared because you got this great big yacht that everybody else has paid for with their American dollars, and now you're not there." How about that scenario? You wouldn't see that one happening, would you?
They say that can't happen because that's what this whole blockchain technology. I know a number of people that say this is the future. They've been telling me for years that actual currency is going to go away. Blockchain technology, digital currency is going to be the future at some point in time. And I don't know, it may happen sooner than later.
And I think it's come down to the point that all these money scammers are just everything's I don't know. Maybe it's above and beyond what we can understand, but it still looks a lot like a scam. And I'm sure all the money scammers are taking a moment of silence here this morning there for the passing of Bernie Madoff yesterday.
Yeah, Bernie's in hell is the headline I saw. Bernie is in hell.
Oh boy, I tell you. Anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. Hopefully Eagle wakes up there and you try to get a more intelligent caller, because I tell you what, I'm having troubles here trying to remember all the little words I had. Maybe, hey, I bet you that thing they gave me yesterday. I bet you there was something in that thing they gave me. I can't remember anything this morning. My mind's being erased, Steve. I think the DNA is being recalibrated here. I can't remember nothing.
All right. Well, yeah, there may be some correlation there. Horse feathers. Norman sent me a follow-up email. He said, I brought up the pre-crime because I was watching a video on YouTube where a cop was taking license plate numbers of cars parked close to downtown Portland. A woman standing with a group of protesters asked the cop why he was taking down numbers. He said, "We believe this van will be involved in a crime tonight." The woman said, "Wow, pre-crime." That's interesting. Pappy said, "I was going to call in and say something about that over the air, but I can't get through. I guess that's a good thing." Yeah, I guess technically we do have, at the moment, we've got a total of 5 available lines. Yeah, this thing could go up to like 100, but we kind of settled on 5 because based on that, when you get online, typically you're holding for 25, 30. Sometimes if we get some long-winded people like Horse Feathers, like Spaceman, you might be on like 30 minutes, like the Michigan Madman. Morning, Michigan Madman.
Hey, Steve Summers. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good. I'll tell you. I was listening to you earlier tonight, and I was working my way towards home, and I was listening to everything, and everything about this listen to everything about everything that's going on in this country right now. It's really kind of depressing, to be honest with you.
Uh-huh. To some extent it is, Michigan man. It's tough times we live in, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It really is, Steve. Hey, did you get my email I sent earlier?
I remember getting something from you here. I can't remember what it was, but...
Well, I can tell you right now, it's a good thing that Kyle or Chris don't have to actually put money into my truck that I'm driving with the old Steve Summers overnight drive and Hot Shot Secrets, because right now they would not be really happy with my performance, but everything's been going good. I mean, but damn, I've wadded that truck up so many times.
I was gonna ask you how things are going with your virtual racing. All I can tell you is that's a sharp looking truck. I mean, you really did a great job of, the scheme, the graphics on that look awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was. I mean, and it's all due to my friend Gary Hamill, and he is the one that's did all my paints for me and everything, and he's a good old Vietnam veteran, and I sent you some pictures here a while back about the transporter, what it looked like going down the road, but yeah, I mean, it's been going rough. I'll be honest with you, and anybody that's done iRacing will know that there's a lot of people that will not be patient, and so it's a good thing that Chris Kabalchik does not put a whole lot of money into what I'm doing, because, oh my God, Steve, I'm telling you right now, I'd have so much parts piled up out in the back garage right now.
I know you said you've wadded her up a couple times, right?
Jeez.
So in iRacing, so in your virtual racing thing there, so when you do have a big crash, you water up, as you say. How are you able to get it back together? And I mean, it's just a matter of a few clicks of the mouse, ain't it?
No, you got to go in, and it just depends on how much damage you got. And there's been a couple of times that I really went down pit road, pulled in, and they were able to fix the damage within like about 10 seconds. But when you really get involved into the big one, that was bad. So, I mean, it just depends on how much damage is done to the vehicle. And like last Monday night, we were racing at Langley in my super late model, and I was within 4 laps of finishing a race, good points night, and oh God, we got into something I couldn't help. I couldn't miss it. And just like in real racing, and I've been there, I thought it was going low, so I went high, and the car hooked up, and boom, we hit him. And I wadded my super late model up Monday night, and I've done that way too much for the old Steve Summers overnight drive truck.
Oh, that's great. Well, it's at least it's just in the virtual world instead of the real world. So, like you said, it's not costing Chris a fortune, right?
Oh, gosh, that's for sure, because I would already be out right now because, and that goes with like Bo Wallace. You got to be thinking like, it's like there was so much money poured into him from Michael Jordan. And it's like, really? But he's already been into Cup racing for, 3-4 years? So Bubba Wallace, he's the driver of Michael Jordan's Cup-owned car. And Denny Hamlin's like, he's got to be scratching his head. I mean, he's got to be like scratching so much where it's not really dandruff anymore. It's actually skin. So, I mean, seriously. But yeah, I'm having fun, man.
Well, that's the idea. Have a good time, right? Just having fun. Well, we got to get to our news break here there. Michigan Madman, thank you for checking in. Yeah, I did find his email. He sent me this past day. He said, yeah, let's see. The guy in Albion wasn't kidding. Up here in Michigan tonight, 36 degrees, just parked my truck. It's cold. I'll try and call in soon one of these days, which he just did. Give a shout out to Jimmy Artist, the good old monkey gouger. And all I can say, Steve, it's a good thing Hot Shot Secret's not having to pay for all the parts that I've been going through on my iRacing truck. I've wadded her up a few times, but I'm having a blast. Listening in tonight. Good to hear from you there, Michigan Madman. Thank you much. Back in a moment, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that all American troops would be leaving Afghanistan by this September 11th. About 2,500 troops are currently still in country. Biden says now is the time to end the country's 20-year war.
After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
And one person is dead and 12 more are missing after a 190-foot lift boat capsized Tuesday off the coast of Louisiana. The massive vessel capsized in a severe storm with 80 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded. The Coast Guard says they rescued 6 of the 19 people who were aboard at the time of the accident. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, They also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Okay, jump right back into it here. Got a little package in the mail this past day, Amazon. Said, hey, I hadn't ordered anything as of late. And I said, oh, I didn't order. Last little trip we made down, that quick trip we made down to Georgia here a couple weeks ago for the, from Mama's 80th birthday. Remember that? So my brother-in-law's, I stayed with them while we were down there. And we're talking about the clocks. And I've got this digital clock on the wall that you can't see on the screen because that's what I'm looking up in that corner of the studio here. And it's not an atomic clock. So it doesn't keep perfect time. It's doing pretty darn good though. Kyle set that here a couple weeks ago and it's only like 4 or 5 seconds off, but he had an atomic clock in his living room there. It uses like, what is it? I guess the same thing like our smartphones use or whatever. They constantly are synced up to the the master clock, the USA master clock. Keeps perfect time. So it's got the indoor temperature and it's got a little like a Bluetooth thing for an outdoor sensor to indoor temp, outdoor temp, day, month, and all that. So yeah, that's when I opened up the package. I said that's pretty cool. And lo and behold, he bought me one and shipped it to me. That's what I got in the mail this past day. So I've got to get the instructions out and figure out how to actually put it on Eastern time zone because right now it's on Pacific time zone where it says it's 12:39 a.m. We just got just 40 minutes into the new day, but no, it's 3:40 a.m. where I'm at. But we'll do that later on this morning. All right, just thought I'd share that with you. Let's get back to your calls here. Philip checking in. What's going on this morning there in Florida?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, bud?
Doing well. How about you?
Hey, does your clock have a barometer on it?
No barometer, just the indoor temperature, outdoor temperature, and all that. Yeah, no barometer.
Oh, cool. You got to get you one with a barometer on it, man. That's cool when you watch the pressure go down. Hey, Horse Feathers was talking about the transgender NCAA thing.
Yes.
They just passed the bill down here in the Florida House of Representatives that says they're going to block it. That literally passed yesterday. It was funny when you guys were talking about it. And I guess they had spent the session to pass that bill. They they went overnight trying to figure out if they were going to do it or not with all the voting. And then, the Matt Gaetz situation that's happening down here right now.
Yes, correct.
Okay, well, I found out yesterday the gentleman that's supposed to sell him out, this Joel, I think his name is Greenberg. He was a tax collector in Seminole County. They're finding out there's more of them folks that were in other departments and other tax collectors in other cities that were involved too. This Joel Greenberg guy, he got over $1 million, and they don't even know where it went to. He had fraudulent consulting firms, and then come to find out some of that money was other people that worked in tax collecting, other offices that had consulting that never even anything for the state. So this is gonna be unraveling a lot of stuff down here. I mean, from local government up to the federal. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it's huge. And did you see the Blue Origin rocket yesterday?
That I did not. No.
You get a chance, pull that video up. The Blue Origin, they did their test with a test dummy yesterday. It's his name is called Mannequin Skywalker. They did a test out in Texas, and their rocket's pretty similar to SpaceX's. The only thing is theirs has the legs come out. It looks more like a frame that sits up. It's a pretty cool rocket. Blue Origin, I think it's called the Good Shepherd is the name of the rocket.
Okay.
Check it out. It's a really cool video. They are going to start launching people up for money, like a tourist thing. You'll go up in a rocket, come back down, that type of thing. They're gonna start doing that pretty soon. Kind of like what the guy that owns Virgin Airlines wants to do with his rocket. He wants to take people up and come back down.
Okay.
So it was pretty cool, though. I seen the shot yesterday. It was really clean. It's the second one that I've seen. It's not a big rocket like per se, like you look at SpaceX's stuff or NASA or the United stuff, but it's pretty cool. I mean, it'll hold probably 4 to 5 people, and but they want to do a tourism thing where you go up and then you come back down. Just that's it. I don't think they're going to be circling the Earth or doing anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the month, we're still looking for SpaceX to do their crew launch at the end of the month. I believe that's going to be the 28th.
Okay.
So,
I did see. I looked up
that's all I got.
I looked up the SN-15, and I guess they're well underway with testing of this upgraded version of the Starship. I think that would they do some sort of a static test or something this past day, I think.
I haven't been keeping up with it as much because I've been working, but I know they do a static. They fill the tanks up with nitrogen.
Yeah.
And they do like a static pressure test first.
Okay.
And it goes through a series of things before it actually launches, and then they'll do static fires too.
Okay,
as well.
so I think it's just the first cryogenic proof test with liquid nitrogen, testing the integrity of the liquid methane and liquid oxygen tanks. So that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, that's what they do first. They do the cryogenic test, and it's basically they fill it up with an inert gas and pressurize the tanks to see if they're leaking, if they have any leakage or anything on them before they actually put the liquid oxygen and the methane in.
The real McCoy. Okay.
Yeah, you want to do that first, because if you look at that thing, that's nothing but a big tank in there. The Apollo rocket. If you look at the Apollo rocket, as big as that rocket was, I mean, sure, they had a lot of stuff in there when they went to the moon and not, but 3/4 of that rocket was all just fuel tank just to get it up there. So, and that Starship's the same thing. The BNN-1, I saw yesterday that one won't ever fly, but that's the rocket that Starship's going to be on top of. They literally cut that thing in half yesterday, and they're doing testing on it. Now, BNN2, that's the one that's supposedly going to launch. So, and they're coming along with the construction out there a little bit, so it's going to be kind of cool. But that's all I had today, Bud. You have a good one. Thank you.
All right, you do the same. Thank you for checking in, Philip, down in the Sunshine State. Have a great day in Florida. Oh, what's going on, Scotty? Another day in paradise, huh?
Yeah, if you call Spokane, Washington paradise. But actually, it's not bad up here, like 51 degrees this morning.
Okay, never been there. Never been there.
Barely in the morning. Well, it's in the Pacific time zone, so you know what time it is anyway. But he's talking about this Bitcoin and everything. You remember here several months ago when they had the whole GameStop deal?
Yep.
And Robinhood. Remember reading about that? Okay, remember they stopped the trading on Robinhood because they were jacking the price up on GameStop. And the reason they stopped it was that Robinhood didn't have the money to take back how high GameStop had gone to $400-some a share or whatever. So when you question where's that money go, well, they've got to have that money somewhere to back whatever's in there. So if they didn't have the money, the real currency, they could actually shut them down. So that currency's got to be somewhere, or you've got to be able to get the liquidity to take and have it operational anyway. So I don't know if you remember the whole story with the Robinhood and everything.
Right. I do remember that. So I mean, because if everybody wanted to get their cash out at the same time, that they're not going to have that kind of money, are they?
Right. Then they had to secure what was it, $200 million or something by like 2:00 that afternoon or whatever it was. Yeah, it was quite a bit of money they had to secure.
Mm-hmm.
I forget who they got the money from, but yeah, there's got to be that money's got to be there, and they definitely can't sell more shares than what they got. So, like I said, the money's got to be there, even though it is on paper. But all that's kind of confusing. But what's this deal? You said something about a baseball card the other night or something.
I wish you would have called in because I had the story up before me. I was trying to see if I could go into the archives and find it while we were speaking here, but it's one of those things that I was just wondering if it was worth the deal. It was like an ad that popped up on me to buy these boxes. I think it was for 2018 baseball cards. There's like 100 cards in a box. And it had the breakdown. There's like a 1 in 3 chance of getting I guess there's a guaranteed to be an autograph card, and there's a 1 in 3 chance of getting one of those autographed cards. And what's the kind that you pulled out of the hat here a couple of years ago that was really worth money?
The superfractor.
A fracture. Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Superfractor. Yeah.
So like 55 bucks a box. Is that $55 for a pack of 100? I guess they're sealed or whatever. So is that a good price, or is that
it just depends on what they were. Yeah, you have to. I mean, if it's Topps or Panini, that's who pretty much makes cards now. I mean, Upper Deck does hockey, and I mean, cards have just gone ridiculous. I mean, people are going to Walmart and buying what they call a blaster box, and they used to be $20. They've gone up a little bit, but and they're bringing them back. And some of those blaster boxes are selling for $300, $400, $500, $600 on on eBay. And because there's just certain cards, certain players and stuff that people are looking for.
Yeah.
Depends on who the players are in that box. I mean, I got back a bunch of cards that got graded. I haven't got to see them yet, but I was looking today. Just I had, I think, 11 or 12 Mike Trout's second-year cards. It's actually his rookie card. His 2011 update was his actual rookie card, but he didn't play till 2012. And if those cards grade out at a 10, which, like I said, Vince would tell me what they graded out at. If they grade out at 10, they were going for between 400 and 500 when I sent them in. They're going for between 11 and 1,200 right now.
Wow.
Yeah. And I sent in like 31 cards that order, and most of those cards are anywhere between $200 and $600 a piece. And I just had them laying in a box. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. And I don't know. I think there's a bubble in the card market right now. I think it's fixing to bust sometimes. They got what they call breakers, where there's people that'll take and break these cards. You'll buy a team, or you'll buy a division in baseball, or a division in football and everything, and they'll do it on live stream or Facebook Live or YouTube or whatever. And like I said, you buy a random team, and they'll send you your cards. Well, the breakers have been getting in here, and some of these boxes of cards now that we used to get for $150, $160 are $1,000, $1,500 now. So just the casual collector can't afford to go buy, a box of cards anymore.
Sure.
And so they go through the breakers, but there's it's called blowout cards. You can get on there and look and see, whatever the product is and everything. You can do a search, and they kind of control the market. They get about 75% of what Topps produces, and they control what even the local card shops sell their cards for. And I know my friend that has a card shop, he might pay $60 for a box of cards, but if Blowout's selling for $450, he'll drop it a little bit. But so there's a big profit for the local card shop, but there's a huge profit because you got one company that's controlling, like I said, basically it's 73% of the market. So we all kind of think that it's fixing the bubble's fixing to bust on that.
Yeah. So buying one of those packs of like 100 cards for $55, and it's almost like buying a scratch off ticket. You're just kind of open the box and you're hoping you can pull out a winner kind of thing. You're going to scratch off a winner, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of like gambling.
I mean, and there's and if it was 2018s, there was actually 3 really good names in the 2018 product. Acuna was one of them, and Juan Soto and somebody else, I can't remember. But yeah, they're and just an Acuna or Soto, just a plain rookie card, sells for $80, $100, ungraded. So
yeah.
I mean, there's a chance. I mean, not everybody's going to hit the card that like I did, but there's been some ridiculous cards out here that are sold for some outrageous prices, and people are digging up old stuff. Here, back last year, I bought a friend of mine had a Jerry Rice rookie card, and he posted on Facebook, and he had it. I wanted $20 for it, and I sent a message back, so you deliver? And he said, yeah, I'll bring it over to you. So I get him $20 for it. I haven't got it graded yet, but the damn things are $600, $700, $800 now if they grade out. And I thought $20 was kind of crazy for the price when I bought it, really. But cards weren't in real good shape. They weren't centered real good back then. But mine's centered real good, and that's what they look at as a center and stuff like that. But, I mean, even a Joe Montana, a good rookie card. I had one that I get $45 for it. I sold it for $100, and now they're going between $4,000 and $5,000 if they grade out.
So you sit back and say, man, I wish I would have hold on to that one. So Pete Rose turned 80 years old this past day. What would a rookie Pete Rose card be worth? Anything? I think it'd have to be. You know what? I think we had our. Oh, hey, guess what, Steve? It's time to reset your phones. You get the DA of the Week nomination. All right. Lord, I apologize. I did it again. I only got a couple minutes before we get top of the hour news break here. But, yeah, if you were hanging on there, let me just real quick, I'll go through a couple of clicks of the mouse, and we'll get things back up and running here. And we'll take it to the end of the program. Let's see, first of all, you got to open up your Zoom meeting, as they call it. Then you got to make your outbound call. And I see several are trying to call back, so. I wish they would. I know they've tried several different things to not have to go through this whole process. But, yeah, it's the software only allows 4 hours of time for a call. I think I explained that a few weeks back. All right, let me quickly jump over. Looking at some of our comments here. Jason, I've been listening to the show in the mornings, wife and me.
You have successfully.
Yeah, I like to listen to all the callers. Your show's very good. I learned something new every morning. Thank you very much. That's from Alan in Michigan. Buckeye Boy did check in a bit earlier from Ruffine, Virginia. 54 degrees. Been driving in some spotty spitting rain all day from Tennessee. Let's see. Dale says, I can say I never had the opportunity to meet Stormy and Big Ed or Big Ed or any of the other cast of characters that's been calling the show for the last 20-plus years. But I've got to agree with Big Ed. I always enjoyed the back and forth between him and Stormy. It was always lighthearted and fun. Although we never met, I still kind of felt a kinship to both of them and the rest of them that call the show. Again, Steve, thank you for the show, and thank you to Hot Shot Secret for bringing the program back. Thank you very much. See, I haven't checked on comments in a few hours here. We're going back a little ways. Let me see here. The Lab Man says, I don't have deep pockets, but about 8 shares of coin yesterday. 6 at $381 and 2 at $362.93. I'm down a bit. After hours trading price went up about $10, but so you're kind of, it's almost like you're buying into the stock market, right? You're buying some stock, wait and see where the stock goes. You're hoping it goes up a whole bunch so you can sell it. Kaufman said, a buddy and I heard about Bitcoin when it was valued at pretty much nothing. I was going to buy $300. He was going to sink his entire 401k into it. Neither of us talk about Bitcoin. Oh my, yeah, could you imagine? So even if you had to put your $300 into it, right, you would have probably been worth a lot of money. And for your buddy, I don't know what he had in his 401k. He was talking about putting his whole damn life savings into it, in other words. It might be worth a little something now, mightn't it? Now, you can go all the way back and watch Forrest Gump. What was it when they were talking about it? If I would have just bought Apple stock when it first came out, what would you be worth today? With the Apple, the iPhones, the modern technology, you name it, all these startup things. At some point, people bought into Google. Some bought into Facebook. Yeah, real cheap. Many have become millionaires. All right, we will get our news update here as we head into our final hour here on a Thursday morning. I can almost see the weekend on the horizon. You want to jump on board? We've got a couple lines back open and available at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Health and Human Services is reportedly spending about $60 million a week to care for unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border. Federal officials continue to look for more space to house these children. looking to quickly build emergency facilities. Several Republican governors have sent the message that they won't be accepting any illegal immigrants in their states. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is one of those governors. She tells Fox News that she will turn down any request from federal officials to send illegal aliens to South Dakota.
There is always a request made, to the states where the federal government would put the request in and ask. And what I have determined by watching the actions of this president is that he is making America unsafe. These are people that are crossing our border illegally. We do not know who they are. Multiple news sources have told us that we have people on the terrorist watch list that are getting into this country this way, and they're not going to find a place here in South Dakota.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
When thinking about life insurance, my accident reinforced you never know what tomorrow might bring. That's why I reached out to AccuQuote. AccuQuote helps people find a life insurance policy that meets their needs. Since 1986, they've helped millions of folks save up to 60% on their life insurance by comparing the rates and features of dozens of top-rated life insurance products. A healthy 50-year-old non-smoker can buy $500,000 of 10-year level term for less than $45 a month. A 60-year-old under $120 a month. Longer or permanent terms are available. Even if you already own life insurance, you really need to check out my friends at AccuQuote. Don't worry about health issues. Remember, they help me. As a pastor, I'm concerned about your soul and helping you to make sure your family is taken care of. Life insurance is more affordable now than ever, so don't make them wish you'd made that call. 877-437-4781. Call now, 877-437-4781. 877-437-4781.
Rates, policy forms, and availability vary by state.
A CDC advisory committee declined to lift a pause on the use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine after a meeting on Wednesday, instead saying that it would look at more data surrounding the 6 cases of blood clots in people who had received the shot. 6 women developed the clots 6 to 13 days after receiving the vaccination. 1 woman died and 3 more remained hospitalized. The panel said it recommended continuing the nationwide pause of the use of the shot until more data can be reviewed. Dr. Amesh Adalja is an infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University, and he tells CBS News exactly what data the CDC committee will be looking for.
First of all, we want to know how common is this? There's 6 cases that's been reported. There looks like there was 1 in a clinical trial that occurred as well. So we want to know, are these all the cases? Are there more out there? So now we've alerted clinicians so people will start looking. That will help understand the denominator, how big of a problem this is, as well as the numerator. And then also we want to look at these 6 women and understand, is it really something that's restricted to females? Are there any risk factors?
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is continuing to monitor the buildup of Russian troops at the Russia-Ukraine border. John Clemens reports.
That buildup is now estimated at 80,000 Russian troops. Speaking from NATO headquarters in Brussels, Secretary Lloyd Austin was questioned about the proliferation of Russian troops at the Ukraine border.
We continue to monitor very closely the activity there, and we continue to consult with our partners. As you heard us say earlier this evening, we call upon Russia to cease their provocations and to be more transparent about this recent activity.
Earlier in the week, Secretary Austin announced more U.S. troops will be deployed to Germany to strengthen deterrence in defense of Europe. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
Congressional Democrats are expected to introduce legislation on Thursday to add 4 seats to the U.S. Supreme Court. The legislative push coming after President Biden appointed a commission last week to study a potential expansion of the court. The idea has drawn strong opposition from Republicans. And the Houston Astros placed 5 players on the injured list Wednesday for health and safety protocols. All-stars Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman, DH Jordan Alvarez, catcher Martin Maldonado, and infielder Robel Garcia were all placed on the list, though team officials would not say whether any of those players had tested positive for COVID-19. They also did not say how long each player would be out of the lineup. The Astros game with the Detroit Tigers did go on as scheduled on Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That would be our number. And don't forget, if you got registered for our weekly giveaway, this is it. 4th final week for our weekly. First of all, you got the top prize, right? The Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Premium noise cancellation technology, 99% noise reduction. And of course, then got a couple of prize packages for our 2nd and 3rd place. Prize pack number 2, 2nd place winner, semi-prevention pack from Hot Shot Secret. 64-ounce bottle of Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Just exactly what you need. It'll clean out both the oil and the fuel systems on your rig. 3rd prize, you got the semi-performance pack, 64-ounce bottle of FR3 friction reducer and a 32-ounce everyday diesel treatment. It's like a $78 value. Very simple. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on the contest tab, enter your email address, and that's it. Listen in coming up Friday, tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning as we wrap up another work week. We'll get the winners. Josh, the tech guy, handles pulling the winners there up in Mount Gilead, and he'll email those to me, and we'll share them in the 1 o'clock hour once everybody gets on board for a Friday morning. Today's the final day, though. Now, if you go over to overnightdriveradio.com and click on contest, which I'm doing as we speak, you'll see that countdown clock. You've got 11 hours and 49 minutes to get registered, all right? There you go. Winner on a Friday morning. Couple lines open at 844-844-3388. And let's get back to our calls here. And I believe Steve is with us this morning. Hello, Steve. How are we doing?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing well. Thank you.
Did you see the picture of that truck I sent you, Steve?
Let's see.
Your email?
The Saya truck?
Yeah.
Electric vehicle, it says.
Yep, all electric.
So that's
pretty interesting.
They're using the Volvo technology, right? It says it's a Volvo, so I guess they're all working on it, right? Volvo, Freightliner, you name it, they're all working on developing that.
Yeah, one of our Cleveland drivers had said they got like 20 of them, and I think they're gonna start using them in the city operation. So I don't think they run very far right now, do they?
No, they're not. They're not ready for over the road use for sure. Yeah, it's a local package delivery and whatnot. Yeah.
The last call that I was talking about the trading cards. Pretty interesting. I've got boxes of cards from 97, 98, 99 still in a wrapper. Haven't even opened them. I don't even know what's in there. But I'm hoping there's a Brady rookie card in there because one just sold for $2.5 million.
Whoa!
Did you see that?
I did not. No. Wow.
Tom Brady's rookie card, $2.5 million at an auction.
Oh man.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Do you know he just started a platform? You talked about those NFTs a couple weeks ago back, right?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Remember the NFTs, the digital cards, and you know what they are is they're like little clips, MLB, NFL, all that crap, and they sell bits and pieces of that, and they're worth a ton of money because that's your clip, you own it, and you can trade it, sell it, do whatever you want. It's basically a trading card, but in digital technology. So he's starting his own company. Like he needs another company, right? So, hey, did Horse Feathers say that was his first shot or his second shot?
I believe it was his second shot.
Oh, well, I think I'm going to stay away from the second shot then. No offense, Horse Feathers, but you weren't on your game tonight. I think that shot got to him, Steve. But, hey, your son's a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Steve, I'm sure you've had conversations with him about trying to find another line of work because I don't know who would want to be a law enforcement officer in today's day and age. You know, especially what happened in Minnesota with that lady cop. You know, they just charged her with second-degree manslaughter.
That is correct, and I'm not sure exactly what that entails, how much time she could spend if she's convicted of that, but
yeah, I feel bad for her. I mean, she's I think she was a 26-year veteran.
That is correct.
On the force.
Yep.
So I mean, she's not a rookie. I mean, she knows the game and knows what to do out there, and it's just amazing that she made that kind of fatal mistake. She knew it right away too when it happened. You could just tell in the video by what she said.
But they're trying to portray her as obviously she's racist and she shot the guy because he's black. That's the furthest thing from the truth.
Of course it is, because it's always race. You know, I mean, look at what's happening in Minnesota right now. You know, with BLM and these other antagonist neo-Marxist groups are up there burning the city. Now, when those two guys that were in that car shooting at those Georgia state troopers, were those guys African American or were they white?
The one that popped up in the screen fire in the AK was looks like a black guy to me.
Okay, so I guess my question is, why isn't the Klan and the Proud Boys down in Atlanta burning down the city?
Yeah, right.
For the African Americans shooting at the white cops. I think there was an incident in New Mexico either yesterday or today. My buddy was telling me that a black suspect shot a white cop, and you didn't hear one word about it, not one word. So this is because it doesn't play to the narrative like we talked about.
Yeah.
With the whole race thing, it's pitting everybody against each other. That's their game, and that's their ideology, and that's the Marxist theory. So, I don't know. But I wanted to touch on a couple other things. You were talking quite a bit about that Russia and Ukraine tension over there. I heard last night that Russia not actually has moved 400,000 troops along that, 250,000 troops along that border, but they're also moving nuclear-armed mortars, mobile mortars that fire, fire a mortar.
Yeah.
And they're manned with a nuclear device in there. They've got those on the border right now as we speak. And another thing that's going on, which not many people know about, is Russia and Hungary are in talks right now. Putin's trying to get Hungary to get it to move out of NATO because they've actually got territory over there that Russia took over, and Hungary wants it back. So Putin's kind of blackmailing them and saying, hey, you pull out of NATO and you stick with us, we'll give you that territory back. So, don't think that Russia's going to stop at Ukraine, Steve. No one should think that. Their goal is to take over Europe. That is their ultimate goal. And if anybody thinks that that's not true, they got another thing coming. Down the road, it's coming.
Wow.
Because see,
The United States right now is probably at the weakest point I think it's ever been, strategically, militarily. I mean, look what's going on in the Black Sea. You know how you can't put your warships in there, and Biden's not going to do anything. Look at these two imbeciles that we got in there, Biden and Harris. I mean, they're imbeciles. And I heard her on your news break thing there that she's gaggling like a school child about, I'm going to go down to Guatemala, and I'm going to go down to Mexico, and I'm going to find out the core problem. We know what the core problem is. Finish building the wall and keep them in Mexico until we can figure out who they are and what they want. That's the core problem is Biden and Harris. So, we're just at the weakest point right now. So these countries are going to do whatever they want, take advantage of us. North Korea, China, Russia. It's all coming. It's all coming to a head, and it's going to happen sooner than later, I think.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Her resolution to the core problem, I guarantee you what she's going to come up with, she'll hold these discussions with Mexico and Guatemala, whatever, and they're going to come back and say, we've determined if we send $500 billion down there, they can stimulate their economy and create jobs, and then they'll stop coming to the United States. That's what she's going to try to say.
Well, Steve, you had that caller on last night from, what was he, from Puerto Rico?
Yes.
I believe his name was Jose. He talked about if we give Puerto Rico money, what's going to happen to that money? It's not going to go to the people. It's the same with Venezuela and Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador. That money's not going to go to the people. It's going to go to the corrupt neo-Marxist politicians down there. That's what they are. They're corrupt. Steve, 20 years ago, Venezuela used to be one of the richest countries in the world.
Yep.
And now they're one of the poorest third world nations. And that's how you destroy a nation. You pit the people against each other, and you bankrupt the economy. And in the United States of America right now, that's what's going on. They're trying to bankrupt this economy. So I'm skeptical about this Bitcoin thing. I've been wanting to get in it. My younger son owns $1,000 worth of that. What is it, Dogecoin or Dogecoin?
Dogecoin, yeah.
So he's made about $3,000 or $4,000 a head on that. But he hasn't done anything with it because he figured it would go up and up and up once they put a cap on the coin. They're predicting that Bitcoin's going to go up to $400,000 a coin. I think right now it's what, $60,000 a coin?
64 yesterday, yep.
But I've listened to some financial guys that are saying they think Bitcoin's going to go to 400,000. But what happens when, the U.S. government puts regulations on this stuff and goes to their own digital currency? What's going to happen to the Bitcoin? Is it going to plummet? Is it going to crash? We don't know. I mean, I don't know. I really just don't trust it right now. I mean, I know a lot of people are getting into it. But the one story I wanted to touch on real quick, Steve, before I get off the line is, did you read that article about that pastor in Canada that was arrested a couple months ago for opening his church during the COVID restrictions?
I don't think I got to that one, no.
Yeah, it was up in Edmonton. He ran a Christian type church, Grace Life, I think it was called. So during the pandemic, he says, I'm not closing my church. I'm going to be here, and if people want to come, they can come. So what happened was they ended up throwing him in jail. He was in jail for 2 months. He was actually in prison. They put him in solitary confinement for about 35 days. They finally let him out. He went back to his church. So the people came back. The mounted police up there ended up putting a chain link fence around the place and shuttering it. So they shut him down. They found another church. And what happened was this news organization up there called Rebel News, they were filming a lot of this stuff, and the reporters were out in the field kind of filming what was going on with the COVID. And these police were just unbelievable, Steve. It was like watching communist China. They were all dressed in black SWAT gear. They were calling the reporters Jewish media, Jew media, they were saying in French. I mean, you've got some guys that listen to your show that are from Canada, and I'd like to hear from them what's going on up there, because I thought Canada was, I know they're kind of socialist, but I thought they were still pretty much a free and open society, but I don't think that's true. I really don't, because their police were acting like the CCP. If you watch those videos I sent you, it's pretty frightening on what they're doing to these reporters up there and these journalists. I mean, they're throwing them in jail for reporting the news. It's pretty scary.
Wow.
So their freedom of speech and their freedom of religion is under attack up there. So it's pretty shocking what's going on. I just found that newsreel last night, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like Montreal right now, you can't be on the streets after 8 o'clock at night. It's under curfew, the whole city. If they find you on the street after 8, they arrest you. So it's just nuts what's going on in this world.
I know.
It really is.
I know Ontario went back on like full lockdown about a week ago, and they've shuttered all the barber shops, the nail salons, and the indoor dining and all that. They're kind of back where they were, hell, almost a year ago.
Yeah, but when you get a chance, Steve, later on today when you get home, if you can watch those videos I sent you from that Rebel News piece, it's pretty shocking what you're going to see. It looks just like what we saw Hong Kong go through with the communists.
Okay.
What they did to those people. It's kind of like the same thing in the videos, how they're treating the reporters and the journalists, and just unbelievable. And the guy that they were doing the interview with, who owns this news company, he basically said, this is coming to America. If you do not stand up for your First Amendment rights, this is going to happen to America. So, anyway, I appreciate you taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, always
Thanks.
good to hear from you, Steve. Yep, and again, thanks for all the interesting info you throw my way. Let's see. Email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Hey, Steve, the Russians are very interested in the Ukraine because of the strategic value it holds. The Ukraine is the breadbasket for Europe, and Russia right now, okay, the breadbasket for Europe and Russia. China buys all their food from us, from the United States. That's all we have now to keep the Chinese at bay. If Russia can take back the Ukraine, China can get food from Russia. You notice China and Russia have been working together against the United States for a long time, and now since Biden is in office, they feel this is the best time to do it. We cannot let Russia take the Ukraine. That's all we have left as a bargaining chip to get China to do what we want them to do, because after that, China's going to be able to get their oil, all the oil they need from Iran. It's a big, giant snowball effect. God help us. All right, hadn't thought about it along those lines, but yeah, there's always some sort of a method to their madness, and of course we do recall just a few weeks ago, Russia and China had come together and agreed to work together. What exactly they're working together on, I guess that would be everything, right? Okay, see, Steve brought up that high-dollar Tom Brady card, the Holy Grail. Scotty sent me the link. The Holy Grail of Tom Brady rookie cards sold for a world record $2,252,854 in the Leland's 21 Spring Classic auction, the most ever paid for a football card. The 2000 Playoff Contenders Championship rookie ticket number 144, Tom Brady autograph card, graded at an 8.5, with an autograph grade of 9. It had been purchased on eBay more than 10 years ago, tucked away in a private collection since then. It opened at $75,000 and was pushed to that final price by 67 bids. So Brady continues to shatter records both on and off the field. According to Leland's president, Mike Hefner, the GOAT, Brady now holds the distinction of having the most expensive football card ever sold. His signed championship rookie ticket is the ultimate Brady rookie card and one for the ages, the greatest of all time. Wow. I guess the previous record, which was another Brady rookie card, sold in March for $1.32 million. So it was kind of shattering the previous record for a football card. That's amazing. Well, I hope whoever purchased that is happy. They got what they wanted, but they paid the price. Now you just have to hang on and see if one of these days will somebody be willing to pay more for that card. What is the actual value? All right, 26 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me see if Eagle's still with us. Second time around. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm awake now. Dozed off a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about some things I talked about last night, Steve. The situation with the Minnesota police officer, this female. I don't know if you've seen the picture or not, Steve. Have you? I was looking at it on the internet tonight, and they got a photograph of the police officer in an orange jumpsuit. She was charges have been pressed against her. I forgot what the charges are for this mistake, and they're actually trying to go through with this. The Al Sharpton and Ben Crump, all these guys are trying to build a case against this woman. It's a shame, Steve. This woman, she was a police officer for 26 years, and she was training a man. She was training a man how to be a police officer when this incident happened. That should tell you right there that this wasn't done on purpose. Well, these people, are they really stupid enough to believe that she's out there training another man how to be an officer and she's going to shoot another man at point blank range for no reason? Are you still there, Steve?
Yeah. I don't know what they believe, Eagle. I mean, do they believe that this 26-year veteran of the force is a racist and the only reason she shot the guy was because he was black? Do they believe that?
No. Well, like you said before, Steve, you've been talking the last couple of weeks about this cancel culture, and that's basically what it is. This woman here, they basically had to terminate her to quiet down the people. They're doing the same thing with Derek Chauvin. They're trying to keep the peace. So the only way to keep the peace is to put somebody in jail or overcharge somebody. There was so much outcry after this punk, and that's what he was a punk. I'm gonna call him what he needs to be called, the boy that got shot. And there's an outcry from all the public and his family and all this. So the police officer had to be fired to keep everybody quiet and try to keep the peace. But they know that they overcharged this cop. This woman, this was nothing but a mistake, and it's been blown out of proportion. And now we got a female police, 26-year vet, out of a job right now. I really don't, I really don't think that this woman is a bad person, and she doesn't need to go to jail. And like I say, this guy here, Steve, this guy here, you went over. This guy here had warrants for his arrest. He knew that the police were looking for him. That's why he tried to run. I'm gonna go over a list of people. The same thing don't happen to him. Walter Scott, another black guy down in South Carolina, same deal. He tried to run away from the police because he had warrants for his arrest, and he knew that he didn't want to go to jail. The same thing with the guy in Cincinnati who got killed a couple of years ago. He tried to drive off from the police. No police officer, I don't know, would stop resisting arrest And a lot of these deaths that have taken place, Steve, between blacks and the police over the last couple of years, all of them could have been avoided if the people would have cooperated with the cops. And they didn't. They chose not to cooperate, and it ended up in something real bad happening. So like I said, we got a real bad situation. For 4 nights in a row, these people still out there protesting. It makes no sense. I would be embarrassed to be protesting right now because they have absolutely nothing to protest. This was not a racially motivated shooting. And the mayor and the governor of Minnesota should put a stop to it. You know, he's saying that he's going to allow these people to protest night after night after night, and it's not accomplishing anything. So, and like I say, from what I'm understanding, the Derek Chauvin bill is going to go down in the next week or so. They claim that they might have a decision made on that. So, like I told you last night, my advice to the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis, you better get the National Guard. You better get as many people into Minnesota as you can to keep the peace. Because if they make a decision that the cop is not guilty, like I told you last night, Steve, all hell is going to break loose. And I thank you for taking my call.
All righty. Thank you so much, Eagle. Lines available. It's 844-844-3388. We've got the breakdown on second-degree manslaughter under Minnesota law, what she's going to be facing. And it's rare, but it's not unheard of for an officer to confuse their taser with a gun. It has indeed happened before. And in most cases, they say, those officers have not faced charges. But all right, right now, though, a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
For the 4th straight night, protesters gathered outside of the Brooklyn Center Minnesota Police Department, demonstrating over the death of Daunte Wright. Officials say an unlawful assembly order was issued earlier in the night after reports of protesters throwing objects and shooting fireworks at police. Earlier in the day, former Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter was arrested and charged with second-degree manslaughter in the shooting. She's scheduled for her first court appearance on Thursday. Potter was the officer who shot Wright during a traffic stop on Sunday. She says she meant to draw her taser and mistakenly pulled her firearm. And the United States will sanction Russia over alleged election interference and hacking in response to the SolarWinds breach. Reuters first reported that the sanctions could come as soon as Thursday. 30 entities are expected to be hit with the sanctions, and 10 Russian officials will be expelled from the country. Earlier this week, President Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke during a phone call where Biden proposed a summit between the two leaders to try and calm tensions between Russia and neighbor Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose, Blue Def Platinum. the best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Final segment here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, we've got lines available here at that number, 844-844-3388. All right, here's the breakdown. Under Minnesota law, someone's guilty of second-degree manslaughter if that person causes the death of another through culpable negligence and creates an unreasonable risk and consciously takes chances of causing death or great bodily harm to another. I cannot see... Yeah, based on the video, based on the audio, that they didn't waste any time in this case releasing the body cam footage, and I think there's a reason for that. Because several times She says, I'm going to tase you. I'm going to tase you. Taser coming out. And in my understanding of law enforcement, there were 2 officers involved in the scuffle, and that is to notify the suspect, first of all, that you're going to get tased if you don't stop, and it's also to notify the other officer that a taser is about to be deployed. And the fact that she said, yeah, after she pulled the trigger one time, 1 shot fired, and he slams the door and takes off. Oh, shish kebab, I shot him. Oh, no. That was not premeditated in any form or fashion. Second-degree manslaughter, that's among the charges facing Derek Chauvin in his trial right now, which is in the closing, or getting close to the closing arguments. Apparently, they've already said Potter's going to be represented by Earl Gray, a high-profile Minnesota defense attorney who has defended multiple police officers in his career. Among his current clients is Thomas Lane, the former Minneapolis officer who helped restrain Floyd. Potter, of course, resigned on Tuesday. She spent 26 years with the force, serving the community, to which she said, I have loved every minute of being a police officer and serving this community to the best of my ability. Now, it is rare, they say, but not unheard of, for an officer to confuse a taser with the gun. Multiple such shootings have occurred in the years since tasers have become commonly carried by the police. But the two, yes, differ in a number of ways. I was speaking to the Grump the other night, asking. I would assume they have a distinctively different feel in the hand and whatnot. Handguns are heavier, of course, and made of metal, while lighter weight plastic tasers are often brightly colored to help set them apart. Most departments, including the Brooklyn Center Department, require their officers to carry their tasers on their non-dominant side. If you're right-handed, you carry the taser on the left and vice versa to avoid confusion. Potter's taser was yellow. She was wearing it in accordance with Brooklyn Center policy. The taser was holstered on her left side in a straight draw position, meaning she would have had to use her left hand to draw the taser. In most cases where officers have mistook their gun for their taser, they have not faced criminal charges. There was one high-profile exception back in 2009. Oscar Grant, the 22-year-old black man who died after being shot in the back at the station in Oakland, California, by a BART police officer, who later said he meant to use his taser. That officer was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, the California equivalent to Minnesota's second-degree manslaughter charge. He ultimately served 11 months in prison. All right. The Brooklyn Center is in Hennepin County. The case is being handled by Washington County. The 5 counties that make up the Twin Cities region agreed last year to refer cases that might involve police use of deadly force to other counties in the region to avoid any sort of conflict of interest. But in the state of Minnesota, the charge of if convicted of second-degree manslaughter, she could face, up to 10 years in prison, and what was the fine? Some sort of a fine as well, I believe it is. But that's 10 years in prison and a $20,000 fine. But maximum penalty is 10 years. Even if convicted, surely they wouldn't give her that amount of time. Again, the other case, officer served 11 months, but that's what Officer Potter may very well be facing here. Good morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, Steve, looks like we're looking at another summer of rioting and looting. It's time to go Christmas shopping again.
Yeah.
Same story, same scenario. I think it's about time CNN and the rest of the left-wing propaganda networks get charged with inciting riots because, again, we see the same thing. The initial reports came out that he got pulled over because of tinted windows and an air freshener blocking his vision.
Okay.
Which are both illegal. That's what started the riot. Of course, he got shot, which is sad. But he really got pulled over because he had an expired license plate. And when they ran his name, they found out he had outstanding warrants. Now, everything was fine until, just like almost 100% of every other case, everything was fine until he resisted arrest. Jumped in the car and went to take off. Now, why would you go through all that to avoid a ticket for tinted windows? Well, of course, that wasn't the case. He knew he had an outstanding warrant and was trying to escape. So he resisted arrest, and we saw the end result, which doesn't excuse the mistake by the officer. But again, the riot was incited by false reporting, fake news, and parts of the story left out. In every one of these cases, the individual who died would be alive if he simply followed the commands of the officer. There's no reason, they start the story with the gun being drawn instead of the taser. That's where they start the story. And of course, the headline is, black man shot by white cop. Now, in a case in Washington, D.C., where the white cop got hit by a car with a black man driving who was a big fan of Louis Farrakhan, and he said that he was a believer in what he referred to as the anti-white theology of Farrakhan. The news was in the news one day, out the next day. No talks about race, no talk about hate crime, never happened. The mayor of this town says that cops should not carry guns for routine traffic stops. There's no such thing as a routine traffic stop. You don't know what that individual has in their car or is about to do when you walk up to the car. That's why they walk up on the passenger side, because if the person is holding a gun against a door panel, they have a chance to spot that gun where they wouldn't spot it if they walk up on the driver's side. That's not a routine stop. None of them are. Best example is in New Mexico, where the cop just got shot at a routine stop when a guy jumped out and shot him. But again, we see lack of reporting, stuff left out of the news. They get people all riled up, and it doesn't take much to set people off, especially in the climate that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
I just found out last week that George Floyd had a passenger in his car. Did you know that? He had a passenger, and that passenger happened to be the drug dealer who supplied him with the drugs, including fentanyl, which may have possibly caused a heart attack that killed him, which again doesn't excuse the actions of the cop. But again, they don't tell the whole story. In the Rodney King case, they started the story with the beating of Rodney King. They left out the beginning of the video, which showed him resisting arrest. In every case, almost 100% of the time, if they just listened to the command of the police, they would all be alive. And how stupid are these looters? They looted a dollar store. Now, looters aren't getting arrested, but let's say you get arrested for looting a dollar store, and you have 10 items for a total of $10 in value.
$10
you go
value.
to jail over $10. How
Good
stupid
Lord.
is that? So now, and the other thing that's funny, these corporate cowards, these panty waist CEOs that give money to these organizations, one of them was the Foot Locker that got looted. So what good did that? They tried to buy some security and give money to the shakedown artists, and it didn't work. So that's where we're at now, Steve.
Crazy
And
times we live in, Ranger.
On.
It is insane. And yes, what we're probably going to have another about a week maybe for closing arguments in the George Floyd trial. And if Chauvin I don't know, even if he's convicted of the lesser of the 3 charges, which I think that's about all they're going to be able to get, is that going to be enough to appease the masses? Or are they going to go out and start rioting and looting and robbing once again?
Well, Steve, the way I feel about it, I don't think that a majority of the people doing the looting, the rioting, and the arson could even tell you the person's name or even could care less about the person that died, but they're opportunists. They see an opportunity to take advantage of it. And, of course, if they get arrested, that's racist. But this mayor, this guy, the comments he made are ridiculous. The only way I can explain it is racial solidarity, because he's got the same skin color as the guy that died, and he's sticking up for him for that reason. What other reason would it be? How can you say that a cop should not carry a gun for routine traffic stops literally days after a cop just got shot in New Mexico at a routine traffic stop? I mean, if you don't have a weapon, what is your protection when you walk up to that car?
Correct.
What, are you going to talk the guy out of shooting you?
That's what you're supposed to do.
This is insanity. Yeah. But CNN should be charged with inciting riots for not reporting this stuff properly. That's my opinion.
Did they actually?
And that's all I have.
Did they? Their initial? Because I know that apparently the mother of Dwayne, or Dante, whatever his name was, tried to say that he was pulled over for having the air freshener hanging from his mirror. So that wasn't the actual reason, right? But she presented that narrative.
He had. Right, because she listened to fake news. That's what happens if you watch CNN. That's what you hear. They didn't say anything about the riots. Already started before they reported the expired license plate and the warrants for his arrest. That's what started. Now, a good point, though. The mother made this comment. Why didn't we hear a comment from his father? What's the father's comment? Why is it always the mother?
Mm-hmm.
Which brings up another problem. Fatherless homes. In my opinion, that's what starts the problem. No guidance. And when is this going to end? We're probably going to have a whole summer of riots again. Now, can't have in the wintertime because it's too cold, but summertime, everybody's out and about. I see smiling faces coming out of these stores. I don't see any depressed people on the news. These people have smiling faces coming out with arms full of loot. Now, protesting is legal. Walking with a sign is legal. Chanting is legal. But arson, rioting, and looting is not legal. But if you're not going to get arrested, what's a deterrent? There's no deterrent. It's free Christmas shopping. Break a window, go take what you want. But I think it's actually funny that they're looting stores that donated to the same organization that's doing the looting. They used to be called Black Lives Matter. Now they're called Buy Large Mansions. They've changed the name now because one of the originators is using money to buy large mansions. And, of course, now if they try to investigate her, they said she came from very humble beginnings, but she spent $4 million on homes recently.
Yep.
So the big question is, where'd the money come from?
That money's coming from donations to BLM. Absolutely.
Right. Yep. That's racist, though, if you want to investigate it. Okay, that's all I got, Steve.
Thank you, Ranger. Good to hear from you. Have a good morning. And let me see here. Not a whole lot of time left, but there's old Morris Brothers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Got some cobwebs out here. So yesterday when I got the vaccine there, got talking to the people again. We were there in the middle of the afternoon. And, of course, as I said, when we went for our first one, they had one left over, so my wife was able to get the one left over. So, of course, she wasn't on the schedule to get the second one, so we kind of had to beg, borrow, and steal to get that yesterday, but we were accomplished that. But I asked, so isn't there extras at the end of the day? Because, that's how we got this one. And the girl there that was doing all the paperwork says, oh, yeah, we have plenty of extras at the end of the day. But we're not allowed to do walk-ins anymore because of the problem of trying to have people in that aren't scheduled for their second vaccination. So I said, well, what are you doing with all the extra vaccinations you have left over at the end of the day? She says, well, we have to dispose of them because, it's Pfizer and you can't re-chill them or anything to save them for the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So we were at Walgreens. So how many Walgreens are there in America that are dispensing vaccinations that have extra vaccinations at the end of the day that are now not giving them because they don't want to deal with the walk-ins to deal with having to do the second vaccination?
And just disposing of them.
All those vaccinations.
Wow.
Yeah. So how many of those, did our taxpayer dollars purchase, and now they're just throwing them away at the end of the day? But and anyways, by the way, our insurance company got charged for our vaccination. So I don't know if our insurance company gets reimbursed for the vaccination that we got from the federal government, or if our insurance is actually paying for it, or how that all works. But anyways, hey, speaking of all this crime deal and that, in Baltimore, you can do crimes and you won't get, you're not going to be, even if you're charged, you won't go to court.
No punishment.
The city state's attorney has decided that you don't need to go to court for these small offenses now. I sent you a picture of a whole list of them they had on the TV last night. I didn't know if you had that handy, you could go over it, but yeah, so I guess like out in San Francisco where everybody, urinates and defecates on the streets, hey, that's all free to do in Baltimore. There's no conviction for that anymore. They threw that out. You can do that perfectly fine now. So I guess all the homeless people that don't have money to live because we're giving all the money to the illegals to take care of them are free, and they won't get in trouble for having to go in the streets anymore. And they don't have to go in and try to use a Starbucks there.
Yeah.
Starbucks said they would never refuse anybody from using the bathroom.
I remember seeing that list you sent me yesterday. I was scouring through the email trying to find it here. I thought I had saved that, but I'm not seeing it. But what, marijuana possession, there was a virtual laundry list of things that they're not going to actually charge you with in Baltimore, correct?
Correct. Yep. And yeah, marijuana, and there was, I think there was even a couple, minor violent type crimes, and as I say, then of course all the urinating and defecating in public and all that, and so I don't know, it's just crazy. She only wants to do the high value crimes, to get her face in the public there. But I thought she had her face in enough of the public because both her and her husband were being investigated for financial issues that they had. But I don't know. As I say, just another day. It's just another day in the Democrat life, and get a little dirt on you, and we'll just brush it off, and you're okay. You're good to go now. So tomorrow's a new day. So anyway, hey, with that, we'll let you go and see if you can grab one more there.
All right. Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. We'll be out of time there. I'm trying to find the list. I mean, yeah, that's the headline is out of Baltimore. Yeah, they're going to no longer go after what they call, like low-level crimes. Baltimore will no longer prosecute drug possession. Prostitution was on the list. There you go, prostitution. And low-level crimes. Somewhere there's the full laundry list of. So I guess you're in other words free now in Baltimore to commit a number of crimes, things that yesterday would have been illegal or the day before yesterday, but no more. You will not be prosecuted. Crazy world we live in, huh? Hey, if you're a criminal, head on over to Baltimore. It's your kind of neighborhood. Wrap things up here for a Thursday. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Have a great day. Be safe out there. And again, don't forget to get registered, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contest. Our giveaway comes up later on tonight into our Friday morning as we'll be getting set for the weekend. I hope you'll join us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.